we'll say 2 months of her disappearance.
Okay, after the disappearance and it was reported and all, I believe it was a group of school teachers was getting together and we're going to do a search during the weekend or something, and we went down to the Senior Citizen Center just to be there and kind of help make sure everybody was safe and kind of keep everybody from getting all scattered out and getting hurt.
And I guess was part of your job at the time, part of your job duties as a law enforcement officer to assist in the search for Ms. Grinstead?
Yes, sir.
Did you coordinate with any other law enforcement agencies during this time period in the first several months of her disappearance?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What agencies did you coordinate with?
We had all kind of agencies. You had, different sheriff's officers from surrounding counties. You had GBI, you had the South Central Drug Task Force, you had fire and rescue people. You just had a variety of people coming in and helping out each day.
Do you remember which, let's say, for the time period of 2005, do you remember what GBI agents you had the chance to work with on the disappearance of Ms. Grinstead?
I believe it was Dominic Turner and Al Hageman. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his name, but that was the only two that I remember, in the first few months.
And in those first few months, and this is just an estimate, I know it's been a really long time, but how many times do you estimate that you talked to them, or whether it's by phone or in person, about the search for Ms. Grinstead?
I couldn't count. It's been so long ago. I couldn't. It'd be hard to put a number on it.
But you recall that you had conversations with them about the ongoing search efforts?
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you know a gentleman from Ocilla named Andy Paulk?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Mr. Paulk. How long have you known him? When did you first meet him?
I've known Andy for, I don't know, most of my life, living there in Irwin County.
Let's talk about in late October, early November 2005. Do you remember talking to Mr. Andy Paulk about the disappearance of Ms. Grinstead?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that. Tell me what the nature and circumstances of that conversation.
Him and his wife, they come to my residence and had told me that because we had got through with the search that day, and I had made it to my residence, and they had showed up at my residence and was telling me about this tip they had about what all was going on. And after I listened to him and talked to him, I contacted Captain Paul, talked to him about it, and then we kind of proceeded from there. After that, they told me the person that they had told them that information didn't know if they would talk to law enforcement or not or whatever. They would let me know and they would call me back. And later on that night, I don't know how long it was, they called me and told me that he would speak to us, and we went to their residence, myself and Captain Paul, and spoke with that gentleman.
During the first, so you mentioned that the first time this came up, the first time you interacted with Mr. Andy Paulk and his wife at the time, Janice Paulk, you said that they came to your house, they came to your residence?
Well, now, they were in and out of the Senior Citizen Center where the search was going on. They were in and out, but there was a lot of people in and out. But the first time actually talking or getting, like information or whatever directly like that was the first time that I can recall.
When you talked to them on this, when they initially came to your house, did they relay to you at that time what the tip that they'd received? Did they tell you the substance of it at that point?
Yes, sir. To a certain point, they did. Yes, sir.
And do you recall what it was that they relayed to you? That they, the tip that they'd received?
I just remember that they had said that they had got information that she was taken to a pecan orchard and was burnt in a wood pile and things like that, but I don't remember the exact word-for-word conversation.
And so they relayed that to you, and I think you said that they They said the person who gave them the tip was reluctant to come forward at that time.
I believe that's what they said.
And so later on, you mentioned that they called you and you ended up going back to their house. I guess tell me about that visit. What occurred when you went to their house later that day?
It was at night. It was in the nighttime. Myself and Captain Paul, we met them there at their house, and that's when the guy was there, and he told us exactly what happened or what he had heard had happened and everything, and we took that information and contacted the GBI agent, and I believe we contacted the GBI agent, and then at that time we got a statement in which we had it wrote down on the Irwin County statement form, and we took that statement from him at that time.
And do you remember the individual's name that you took the statement from?
I do not remember it right off, no, sir.
And excuse me, the individual. Do you remember who wrote out the statement? Was it the individual who gave the tip, or was it someone else?
No, I believe it was Miss Janice Paul. She wrote it out because his writing wasn't very well, he said, so she wrote it out what he said.
And you said that was written down on you had an official Irwin County Sheriff's Department form, witness statement form? Yes,
sir, it was on the statement form.
And at that time, you wrote the statement out, you took it. What happened with that statement after that?
The next morning or I don't recall exactly what time it was, we were at the Senior Citizen Center, and the GBI agent, Dominic Turner, picked it up from me and told me that he would follow up on it, and I handed it off to him. And then later on that morning, Captain Paul checked in to make sure that they had picked it up to make sure I had passed it on, which I did.
So let's go back to, I guess, the night before you handed the statement off to Mr. Turner. What happened, if anything, after you took the statement from the individual? Did y'all do anything else after that?
Yes, sir. I contacted, after we got an idea of the location that he was talking about, we contacted the Ben Hill County Sheriff's Office and let them know kind of what we had going on, and myself, Captain Paul, and them rode up to this area where the pecan orchard was supposed to be. Rode up to that area, but like I said, it was dark. You couldn't see anything. We got out of the vehicle. We kind of looked around in that little bit right that area. You couldn't see nothing or anything, and then that's when Captain Paul and I we talked about it, and we just decided we would give all the information off to the agent that morning, and they could follow up with it the next day during the daytime.
And that evening when you went out to the orchard, how close in time was this to Miss Grinstead's initially being reported missing?
I'm not for sure. I can't recall that.
Do you remember even generally if it was close in time, or was it some substantial time had elapsed?
No, it wasn't substantial time. I mean, it wasn't like the next day or two, but it wasn't it wasn't a substantial amount of time. It was within, I guess 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. When you went out to the orchard, do you recall who else was present with you while you were searching the orchard?
Well, we was out there as myself and Captain Paul and Andy and Janice Paul, and the gentleman that had given the statement, and the deputy from Ben Hill County. Because like I said, we contacted them. It was always courtesy to contact them if we were going to another county for anything. We would contact them, and they met us out there, one of the deputies.
When y'all were out there at the orchard, did you or anyone else, I guess, tell the Ben Hill County deputy about what Garland's statement was? Was he aware of the reason you were out there?
I don't really. We just told him that we was just out. We had just got a tip. We didn't there go into detail about the tip or anything.
Okay. And do you recall exactly what it was that this individual reported? Do you remember the details of the statement?
No, sir. Not the details. I just remembered that it was. He was told that that they were taken. She was taken out to this orchard and burnt in a wood pile.
Do you recall whether either of the defendants that are here today, Mr. Ryan Duke or Mr. Bo Duke, do you recall those names being mentioned at that time?
Yes, sir.
Was it both names or just one of them?
It was both names was brought up because it was kind of confusing there for a minute because of the names close to the semblance of the names. So, but I do remember that both names were brought up. Yes, sir.
Did the individual that gave you this information, did he tell you where these two, where Bo or Ryan lived? Did he give any indication of that?
I don't recall, no, sir.
Do you recall him telling you how he, I guess, gotten this tip, how he'd learned about it?
It was from a friend or somebody talking or something. I do remember that. I don't remember exact detail, but it was he heard it, from somebody talking.
Do you recall at the time when y'all went out to the pecan orchard, did you know who owned that orchard?
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. Mr. Duke is raising his hand, so I don't know if that indication he needs to use the restroom or he can't hear us.
I'm sorry?
He's raising his hand. I don't know if that was an intentional, I need to talk to the court about something, or he needs to talk to the lawyer about something.
Do we need to take a break, Mr. Ryan? Do you? Okay. All right. We'll just take about a 10-minute recess then. Mr. Morgan, you just stay on the line, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Be seated, please. All right, Mr. Morgan, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, you may proceed.
All right, Mr. Morgan, we'll pick up where we left off. Did you know at the time that you went to the orchard who owned the orchard?
No, at the time, at the moment, I didn't. When we got up there to the area, I knew about who owned it. Yes, sir.
You mean once you arrived at the orchard, someone had told you? Is that what you mean?
No, sir. When they were talking about the orchard itself and the location of it, I was familiar with that area of Fitzgerald, and I thought I knew who the owner was. So I contacted that owner and got permission to go up there.
Okay. Who was the owner at the time?
The owner was Randy Hudson.
And so you called Mr. Hudson that evening before you all went out there and searched the orchard?
I called him, yes, sir, before we went up there. I absolutely always got permission to do something like that.
Let me just kind of interrupt you. What we're here is on the statute of limitations issue.
That's right.
Who owned the orchard and all that, that's been covered so many times, and I'd like to move on to things that are really focusing in on what I got to decide.
Sure, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that's very helpful. I mean, I already know it,
Okay.
you know.
That's totally fine, Your Honor. We're happy to get to the meat of the coconut.
Let's move through some of the other stuff and get right to the
Sounds good, Your
crux
Honor.
of what we're doing.
If you could, Mr. Morgan, describe for us the search of the orchard that you conducted that evening.
We went up to that location, parked out there beside the road. We stepped over maybe 20, 30 steps, yards. It was so dark you couldn't see anything nowhere. We didn't go no further than right there, just over inside the gate. Shined the flashlights, and you just couldn't see anything, and that's when we made the decision to back out, and we would turn it over to the hand the statement all over and let GBI, whoever handles that or whatever, check that area, because like I said, that was in Ben Hill County, that wasn't Irwin County.
Do you recall, did y'all drive the perimeter of the orchard or anything like that while you were there?
No, sir. No, sir.
Did you get out with, I think you mentioned you got out with flashlights and looked around some?
Yeah, you got out, and like I said, we stepped over. It was just so dark. You couldn't, because it was, I'm recalling, it was late into the night. So, like I said, you couldn't see anything. You couldn't see nothing. So that's when we decided, Captain Paul, we talked, and, Captain Paul said, let's just turn it over to the GBI with the statement. They're going to pick that statement up in the morning, hand it off to them, and then they'll follow up it being over in Ben Hill County.
That evening, either before, during, or after the search of the orchard, did you call any of the GBI agents at that time?
I called Dominic Turner back that night and let him know that we rode up there and it was so dark you couldn't see anything and nothing, and that's when he told us that he would pick up that statement and they would follow up on it, and so that's what we did.
Excuse me. When you spoke to Mr. Turner that night, did you tell him the substance of the tip that the Palks had received?
We had told him the substance of it when we were back at the Palk residence when I was talking to him when we got the statement filled out.
Okay, so you talked to him twice. You talked to him when you got the statement, told him what you were told, relayed the substance, and then you confirmed again that evening that you'd visited the orchard, and he confirmed he would take the statement the next day.
Yeah, he would pick up the statement. He would pick up the statement that we had written down, and then they would follow up on it.
And I think you already testified to this earlier, but I just want to make sure. And so the next morning after you searched the orchard, did you hand off the statement to Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir.
And the statement that you want to just quickly make sure it's clear what documents were given to Mr. Turner. Was it just the written statement containing the substance of Mr. Lott's report, or was there also like a police report or any other documents?
It was the Irwin County statement form filled out by, the statement of him. and that's what it was. I didn't have anything else other than just that statement form.
And after you handed this off to Mr. Turner, did he ever follow up with you again about it?
I don't recall. I do recall that Captain Paul followed up to verify that we had turned it all over to him, and I don't know what, after that I don't know anything, because I was handling what was going on in Irvin County.
And you mentioned that Captain Paulk, was that Nelson Paulk?
Yes, sir.
And when you say that he called to confirm it had been handed over, did you mean that he called you and confirmed that you had given it to Agent Turner?
Yes, sir. He checked in with me to make sure, and he visited. He come up to the center to make sure that we had, passed it off. They'd been picked up, and we advised him it had and all. And then he said that's when we were told that they were going to follow up. So I handed it off to them, and I continued on what we had going on in Irvin County.
Do you know if the GBI ever conducted any follow-up based on the statement that you gave?
I do not, sir.
And just to make sure, so subsequent to handing the statement over, the GBI never came back and re-interviewed you? No, not just Agent Turner, but no agent from the GBI ever came back and, I guess, asked follow-up questions about this statement or anything that Mr. Lott said?
Well, I mean, it was, years later. I don't even remember which agent was that contacted me. It was so long ago, but I mean, it wasn't like the next day or two after all that. I didn't talk to nobody, no, sir.
And do you recall preparing any written statements or summaries of your meetings with the Paulks?
I did I tried to do a summary each day of kind of what was going on that day to try to keep documentation of it. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Morgan, I'm going to direct you. I sent you a copy of this before the hearing, and I think you've got a printed copy there in your hand. And it's what's been tendered and admitted into evidence here as Exhibit 1. And it's a sheet. And if you could show, I think it should say November 8th, 2005 at the top of the first page.
Yes, sir.
And can you confirm you're looking at a 2-page document?
I'm looking at a front and back page. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Same thing. If you would look down at I'm going to direct your attention down to the bottom of the first page where it starts with on the 7th day of November.
Yes, sir.
And if you could just review that section, just read it to yourself, and then just tell me when you finish that.
Okay.
And I'll also ask you to look on the second page. It says Deputy Alan Morgan. I'm not sure if you had a chance to review it and you see your name at the end. Do you recall that this is or let me ask you this, was this a report that you drafted?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your recollection, is the date November 8th, 2005, is that accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Do you recall around this same time receiving a hotline tip that was similar in nature to the statement that you received? The Paulks told you, or I guess that Mr. Lott relayed to you.
I did not receive a tip sheet, no, sir. Those tip sheets, I don't know where they went to or who took them or anything. But all I was strictly doing was heading up the search areas and stuff.
Okay. And, excuse me, with respect to the statements that you wrote at the bottom of this document that I just had you read about your interactions with the Paulks, do you have any reason to believe that that was inaccurate at the time that you wrote it?
No, sir.
In this particular report, what would have been done with this? What did you do with these similar reports that you drafted each day?
They were just put in a folder for our documentation purposes in case something like we had maybe the next day or two, so a citizen complained about somebody being on their property or things like that. We would try to have some kind of documentation of kind of what all went on, kind of a summary of that day.
Okay. Give me just 1 second, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I sent you a excuse me. I sent you a second document just earlier. I think you printed it out, and it should say hotline tip sheet at the top. Do you have a copy of that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you seen that document before?
No, sir.
If you would look at I'm going to direct your attention to the particular portion down towards the bottom that says descriptive information. If you could just take a moment to read that section. Just to yourself.
Okay.
And is that consistent with what is stated in your report that we just talked about, dated November 8th, 2005?
Yes, sir.
And after you created this report in November 8th, 2005, did anybody with the Irwin County Sheriff's Department or otherwise ever come back and ask you any questions about this particular report?
Not as I recall, no, sir.
Okay, hold on. Just 1 second, Mr. Morgan. And you mentioned that these went in, you mentioned that the report that you did, the November 8, 2005 report, that went into a folder in the file for the case. Was that an official file for the Irwin County Sheriff's Department?
I assumed it was a file we were keeping it, day-to-day activities.
And was it, I guess, specifically related to the search for Ms. Grinstead?
Yes, sir. Each day when we done it, every day we were there, it was done for just that purpose. That's what we were doing.
And it was, I guess, was it housed at the Irwin County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Moe? Clark?
Frank, can you, I've attempted to log into the meeting so I can share a document. Can you let me in? Make sure all your, it has. I will turn the audio on. As long as I don't connect the audio, it's not going to call feedback. Yeah, you can. It's just the only way I can share those documents.
Your Honor, if they're talking to me, I can't hear them. They're breaking up really bad.
Hang on just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
You indicated that in 2005, when this occurred, you were a patrol deputy with the Sheriff's Department. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There was an investigator, but you said it was someone else. Who was the investigator at the time?
Ike Thomas.
And Nelson Paulk, you've referred to him, I think, as Captain Paulk. To your knowledge, was he a captain at the time that you were working there?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Now, going back to the event that you've been discussing in which you originally spoke with Janice and Nelson Paulk, my understanding is that defense counsel has provided you a copy of the report that you wrote in reference to that. Is that correct?
It was Janice and Andy Paulk, not Nelson Paulk.
I apologize. Janice and Andy Paulk. You got
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, looking at what you wrote, you would agree with me that there's more in this report other than just what was told to you by Janice and Andy Paulk, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's a summary of what was going on that day, like how many different search teams we had, and different things like that.
Okay. And in fact, in the same paragraph, the next sentence after you finish talking about this tip, you actually go into some psychic tips that have been received as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did I understand you to say that this report would not have been turned over to Dominic Turner the day after it occurred?
Not this one would not, no ma'am. The one that was turned over to him the next day was the statement that was filled out.
Okay. And this report, do you, based on the report being labeled November 8th, 2005 at the top, would that lead you to believe that you actually wrote the report on November 8th, or that you would have written it on a different date?
No, ma'am, it was wrote on the 8th because it was late. Like I said, it was late that night that we took the statement. So the next morning is when I did my stuff after we got started and everything, and I done the report, just, summary.
Okay. So it's your testimony that this report would have been written within 24 hours of you originally speaking with Janice and Andy about this tip, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, looking at what you've written, you indicated that around 21:30 hours, Andy Paulk and his wife Janice came to your house. Your recollection that you testified to earlier about them coming to the house, is that based on your recollection from that many years ago, or has that been refreshed from reading your report?
Just reading my report. I remember coming to the house, but I couldn't tell you the time it was. Okay. All I could tell you, it was late that night because I done made it home from the search center or for the senior citizen center and was trying to get ready to eat some supper.
Okay. And it goes on to say that they had gotten a tip on the tip lines. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the tip lines in November of 2005 would have been the tips that were coming in to the Osceola Community Center. Is that correct?
I assume, yes, ma'am, because I didn't have anything to do with the tip line or anything like that. So,
but you are familiar with the fact that there was a setup at the community center where tips were coming in and people were answering phones and taking them down. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. They're at the Senior Citizen Center. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were familiar that Janice had been at least volunteering some at that tip line. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that they also set up a website for people to be able to give information? That being Janice set up a website for people to be able to give information about Ms. Grinstead. Were you familiar?
I knew there was a website, but I don't know who set it up or anything about it. I knew that there was a website.
Okay. So based on your report that was written within 24 hours, are you able to tell this court that when you spoke with Janice, she told you the information came in on the tip line?
Yes, ma'am, based upon my report, what I put in my report.
So it was not a situation where she told you that it was someone who worked for her that had the information, correct?
No, ma'am, it was told it come from the tip line.
Okay. And specifically, the information she said she received from the tip line was that Bo Dukes was at a party drinking, and he told people that Ryan Duke of Fitzgerald had showed up at the pecan orchard. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, based on your report, do you have any reason to doubt that that's what she told you back in 2005?
No, ma'am.
It then goes on to say that when Ryan Duke showed up at the orchard in Fitzgerald, that he had the body of Tara Grinstead. That's what Janice told you back in 2005, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it goes on to say that he, that being Bo, stated that they took the body out and placed it in a fire pit and burnt it. That's what she told you back in 2005, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It even goes on to say the caller gave directions to where it took place, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So again here, it's clearly what you put in here is that she told you that this was a tip off the tip line, correct?
Right. I put it up there in the very first part of my statement that it was a tip from the tip line.
Okay. Says that she told you that Ryan Duke told that he entered Grinstead's home using a pin to open the back door and waited for her to come in. That's what Janice Polk told you back in 2005, correct?
Yes, ma'am. As best as I can remember that I put in my statement. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, Andy Polk was present when Janice was relaying all of this information to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They were both present.
Okay. And in your report, it specifically says the caller did not provide details on the rest of the occurrence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It goes on to say that the area was checked by me and GSP Aviation Unit. Is that correct?
Right, and that was a misrepresentation. It should have been that it was going to be checked by the GSP Aviation Unit, not me and the GSP Aviation Unit.
Okay, but in fact, you did go out and check the area on foot, correct?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
But on November 8th of 2005, you put in your report that the GSP Aviation Unit had already checked this area, correct?
I did, and it was supposed to have been that they were going to be checking the areas, what I was told by the GBI agent.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether that ever occurred?
I do not, because like I said, that was in Video County, and I was working in Irvin County, so that once I passed it on, I started back to Irvin County stuff.
Okay. Says we were unable to locate a burn pile at the location, and the area around it was checked and nothing was found. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
that's what we.
Go ahead.
Excuse
Sorry.
me. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Well, when we went up there, like I said, it was dark. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't locate. You couldn't even tell anything about it. That's why we backed out and passed it on.
Okay. Now, before we get more into the testimony you've given today, this particular case, the disappearance of Miss Grinstead, that occurred within the city limits of Ocilla, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the, jurisdictional boundaries, Ocilla Police Department was the initial investigating agency, correct?
I think so, yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, at some point, GBI became the primary investigating agency. You're familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that Irwin County Sheriff's Department was only ever a supporting agency, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Irwin County Sheriff's Department never had any it was never it was never your investigation, correct?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Let's move to what you've testified to today. You have testified earlier that later on, after you spoke with Andy and Janice initially, that you actually then went to their house and met with someone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And today, however, you don't remember that person's name?
I do not. Not right. I don't.
You would agree with me that the report you have in front of you states, one, doesn't mention anything about meeting with that person face to face, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you've also indicated that you were provided a written statement by Janice based on what that gentleman told y'all, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But in fact, nothing in that report that you have in front of you talks about receiving a written statement. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, at least at one point, it indicates the caller did not provide details of the rest of the occurrence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. But today you said that when you spoke with this person, that they provided you enough information at that point that you could determine what orchard they were talking about. Is that right?
Based on the direction, yes, ma'am. Based on the directions that they give, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But again, nothing about that is in the report that you wrote back in 2005. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
And based on your own personal knowledge sitting here, you can't tell the court that you told anyone from the GBI anything more than what's in your report, correct?
Right. I get that. And like I said, I give them the statement.
Okay. So let's talk about the statement. You've testified that you personally handed that statement to Dominic Turner. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
and that Nelson Polk then came back to check with you to make sure that you had done that. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time, Nelson Polk would have been a superior officer to you, right? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was our captain.
Would it surprise you to learn that Nelson Polk has indicated that he turned the statement over to someone at the police department?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why would that not surprise you?
I mean, it does surprise me because I remember handing it to Dominic Turner at the command center that day because I held on to it so to make sure that it got to where it was going to be because he told me he would pick it up there the next morning.
Right. Throughout the years you worked for the Irwin County Sheriff's Department at least 5 years. Would that be accurate?
Close to it, yes, ma'am. Somewhere close there.
And I think at some point you actually worked as an investigator with Irwin County?
I was doing some investigative work, but I had the title of deputy.
Okay. And throughout those years that you were there, you continued, if you got any tips about Tara Grinstead's missing persons case, you would turn those over to the GBI, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That, or we would get it over to the police department. You know, we would hand it off because, like I said, it was not our investigation.
Okay. And so there were also times you said that you would give off information to the police department as well, that being the Ocilla Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And unless you just happened to ask, you never knew what happened to any of the tips you gave to them, correct?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, in this situation, you've testified that after giving that statement to Dominic Turner, that you never spoke with him again about these allegations, correct?
I don't recall ever talking to him about it after that. No, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, until 2017, after Ryan Duke's arrest, you never spoke with anyone else at the GBI about these allegations, correct?
That's right. I don't remember talking to anybody until I received a call, like I said, years later from, and I don't even remember which agent was that called me that day.
Okay. At the time that you spoke with that agent, you had not had an occasion to look at the reports the report that you have in front of you now, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when you were speaking with that agent in 2017, you were going based solely on what your memory was from something that had occurred nearly 12 years before. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At the time that you spoke with that agent, just a moment. Sorry. At the time that you spoke with that agent, that was over the phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were already living in Alabama by then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall telling that agent that you remember getting contacted possibly in November of 2005 by Nelson Polk via telephone about a tip that he had received?
I don't remember, no, ma'am.
Okay. But if you had told that to the agent in 2017, that would have been your memory prior to having it refreshed by your report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That Nelson Polk is actually the one that called you, right?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I don't recall what, it's been so long ago.
Okay. And then you told law enforcement that you drove into town and you remembered it was very late in the evening and dark outside, and that's when you met with Polk, that being Nelson Polk, Janice Polk, Andy Polk, and Garland Lott. You recall telling him that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in 2017, you were able to give him the name of Garland Lott. Is that right?
I believe I gave his last name as Lott, but I can't remember. I didn't remember his first name, and first time you said it, I do remember Garland Lott now.
Okay. And in 2017, prior to being interviewed by law enforcement, you became aware of the fact that someone had been arrested in the disappearance of Miss Grinstead, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you would have spoken with some of your former friends or colleagues in Irwin County about the fact that someone had been arrested. Is that right?
I don't remember who I talked with or if I talked with anybody.
When you heard that Ryan Duke had been arrested, did you reach out to Nelson Polk and talk to him about this prior report you had received?
I do not recall. I don't recall reaching out to anybody about this report.
And in fact, when you heard that the person arrested was Ryan Duke, did you even initially remember that you had gotten a tip about that person?
I do remember, but I remember getting the tip, yes.
Now, my question was, when you first found out who had been arrested in her murder, right at that moment when you heard the name Ryan Duke arrested for killing Tara Grinstead, did you automatically remember this report you had gotten back in 2005?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it took a while to even jog your memory that you had heard his name before in connection with this investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Which again is fair. It had been 12 years, right?
Right.
Okay. You went on to tell, do you recall telling him that y'all went to the Pecan Orchard and that was owned by Bobby Connor?
Yes, sir. Bobby Connor and Randy Hudson.
Right.
Yes.
And that Lott said that he had heard at a party that someone by the name of Duke may have been responsible for Grinstead's disappearance.
Right, I put that in my statement. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall telling the agent that y'all had parked at the orchard gate and jumped the fence?
I do remember telling you that. I told him we stepped over and we looked around just over the fence and you couldn't see anything, and then we backed out, and that's when we passed it on the next day.
Okay. So other than jumping over the fence, you never really went any further into the orchard?
No, ma'am. You couldn't see far enough to go no further. You couldn't do anything. It was, like I said, it was almost midnight. You couldn't tell.
And you certainly never went into the woods surrounding the orchard that evening.
Absolutely, we did not go nowhere close to no woods or nothing. We stayed right there. There was a road going through the gate. We stood right there, and that's as far as we went.
Okay. Do you recall telling the agent that y'all began searching the property without consent or a search warrant?
We talked to the owner before we went up there. We had permission to go up there. I didn't even ask for a search warrant because we wasn't going to search anything. We just got up there to look at the area. We wasn't searching for nothing. We were just looking to make sure that was the right area, and then we would pass it on to the GBI, the right agency, whoever handling it, because that was their case.
Okay. So you don't even consider what you did a search of the area. Is that accurate?
That's right. It wasn't a search enough. You couldn't see enough to do anything.
And again, as you said, it's because that was not your case to be investigating, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You went on to tell Agent Shadell that Lott took you and others to a fire pit burning area which appeared to be old and not currently used. Do you recall that occurring?
I don't remember. I remember him talking about a fire pit and all, but we never saw a fire pit or looked at a fire pit. Like I said, it was dark. You couldn't see nothing in front of you.
So, do you recall telling the agent in 2017 that he had showed you a fire pit?
I remember. I told the agent that he talked about a fire pit. Don't never say nothing about showing a fire pit.
Okay. And then you told the agent that you actually didn't think you ever created any reports about this tip. Do you recall telling him that? I
did not do a report. I just did it was a summary of what we did. He asked me if we had did a report, and I told him I didn't. I had a summary, okay, and then that statement form.
Okay. But again, you had not had a chance to see this summary prior to speaking with the agent in 2017, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, kind of get away a little bit from this particular tip. You would agree with me that in your years working in Irwin County after Ms. Grinstead went missing, that this is not the only tip you ever received about people knowing who killed Ms. Grinstead, correct?
That's right.
In fact, you've received you personally, as a deputy, would have received numerous tips about people knowing who had killed Tara Grinstead.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. It was about every day you would get a call about something.
Okay. And in fact, you would have also received information about people claiming to have seen Tara still alive in other places, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And every bit of that information you received would have been passed on to either the police department or to the GBI, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Morgan, we've discussed it, so I want to be clear. In 2005, you were an officer with arrest powers in the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had training as to what is required before you make an arrest of someone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with that standard being the probable cause standard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You would agree with me that at no point in 2005 did you ever possess information that would have given you probable cause to arrest Ryan Duke for the murder of Tara Grinstead, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am. We did not.
Hold on just a second. Your Honor, they've specifically gone into the fact that he was certified as an officer. The standard that the court has to apply is whether or not law enforcement had probable cause to arrest the defendant for at the time that they received the information. Certainly his opinion, he's an officer who was required at the time to determine whether or not he believed he had probable cause every single day. He certainly can give his personal opinion, not what the court has to find, but what his personal opinion was about whether he possessed probable cause to seek a warrant.
And Your Honor, with respect to the statute of limitations argument, which is the issue before the court, it's irrelevant what his perception of a legal rule or legal standard is. It's a legal issue for the court to decide. So any law enforcement's subjective opinion based on whether or not there's probable cause is irrelevant to that issue.
All right, I'll allow a question.
Sorry about that, we had an objection. Mr. Morgan, you would agree with me that in 2005, as an officer, you never believed that you had probable cause to seek a warrant for Ryan Duke for the murder of Tara Grinstead, correct?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And you would agree with me that in 2005, you never had probable cause which led you to believe that you could seek a warrant against Ryan Duke for the offense of burning the body of Tara Grinstead, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that in 2005, you never had, or you did not possess evidence which would have given you as an officer probable cause to seek an arrest warrant against Bo Dukes for murdering Tara Grinstead, correct?
Same objection, Your Honor. If you'd like, Your Honor, I can make a standing objection.
Your objection is noted.
Thank you.
You would agree with me you never had probable cause to issue a warrant against Bo Dukes for being involved in the murder of Tara Grinstead, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you would agree with me, without going through every count, you would agree with me that based on the information you possessed, you never had probable cause to arrest anyone related to the murder or destruction of Tara Grinstead.
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Sure.
No further questions.
Just a couple of thoughts. Just two thoughts, Your Honor.
Mr. Morgan, I just have two quick questions for you. Independent of what's written in your report, is your testimony today that you specifically recall taking a written statement from Garland Lott?
Objection, pleading.
Sorry, restate the question.
Sure, Your Honor. Independent of what is written in your report that we've gone over today, is your testimony that you specifically recall taking a written statement from Garland Lott?
I did not take a written statement from Garden Lot. I got a statement from Janice Polk that Garden Lot had told her word for word what to put in the statement.
And do you recall turning that statement in to Mr. Dominic Kerner with the GBI?
Yes, sir.
We've already been over that.
No further questions. That's it, Your Honor.
Several times, I think.
No, that's fine.
All right. Anything else from Mr. Morgan?
Not from the state judge.
All right. Mr. Morgan, you're free to go.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
All right. You call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense would call Leah Leitner. I believe she's appearing by Zoom.
Okay. I gotta get out of here.
Is she under April Levinowski? Is that again?
Yeah, Ms. Leitner, when you're on, can you confirm for the court that you can hear and see us and make sure your video is working as well? Can you hear me, Ms. Leitner? This is John Merchant.
What about video? You can use that when you're ready. Okay, hello?
Yes, ma'am. Is this Ms. Leitner?
It is. Let me, on my sister's computer, let me make sure we got everything. Okay, hello?
Wonderful. Can you hear me all right?
I can. I don't see a video, but maybe. Okay, I can hear. Sure. At a public library that allows citizens to reserve a private study room, but for only 2 hours. So I reserved it from 9:30 to 11:30, but that's Mountain Time.
All right. So we have you for 2 hours.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, and just another preliminary matter, ma'am. The documents that our firm sent to you, do you have those in front of you?
I do.
Do those include the reports that you prepared dated July 15th, 2008 and October 7th, 2008?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you also have a copy of what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, which is a November 8th, 2005 report from Mr. Alan Morgan?
By Whitley, I have that.
Okay. You have the Whitley one. Okay.
And then there's another one from Deputy Alan Morgan.
And that's dated November 8th, 2005? Ma'am? I think she froze. Ms. Leitner, if you can hear me, your screen is frozen and I can't hear you if you're speaking. Your Honor, it looks like she logged off, so maybe she's going to try to log back in. Apologize for the technological issues.
Hello, is anyone there?
Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see your video.
Let's see, I'm trying to allow it to do it now. I apologize, apparently it dropped the connection at the library. Okay, don't know what the last was that you heard, so please, if you don't mind re-asking your last question.
Yeah, I think we were just confirming the documents you had in front of you. I think we had finished that line of questioning. Do you have anything?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, do you have anything else in front of you that you're referring to?
Just the documents you sent me for some reason, and then there was one more that you sent that was dated February 27th of 2017. That was Agent Shadell's summary.
All right, ma'am. For the court, please tell the court what your role was in law enforcement in the 2005 through 2008 timeframe.
So I was a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, assigned to the Region 13 office in Perry, Georgia.
And did that cover the Tara Grinstead investigation?
It did. Part of it, yes, sir.
And were you the special agent in charge of that investigation?
Not the entire time that I was there, no, sir.
So explain for the court when you were the special agent in charge.
Well, I was, just for clarification, special agent in charge is like a title for our supervisor. That was Gary Rockwell. But I was we refer to it as the lead case agent. So I was the lead case agent, I think, starting in January 2008.
And so from that point until you left the GBI, were you the special agent leading that investigation?
Yes, sir.
And so for practical purposes, you're second in command at the GBI with regard to this investigation.
I wouldn't really word it that way, and I would say I was in, I feel like maybe your wording was too strong. My supervisors were in command of the office, but I was the agent that the case was assigned to as the lead case agent.
But in your role as a special agent, were you authorized to make decisions about what investigatory acts to undertake?
Yes.
And were you authorized in your role to authorize other agents or other agencies to interview witnesses, for example?
I could ask other agents, yes, to assist, yes.
In other words, if you wanted to do something as part of your investigation into the Tara Grinstead disappearance case, you had authority to do that.
To look into it, yes, sir.
Okay. When you first became the special agent in charge of this particular investigation, what did you do to get up to speed on the case file?
I had worked a little bit on the case prior to that. I was just one of several agents that assisted in the investigation. And like I said, I wasn't the special agent in charge. That, to me, that's a title that's reserved for the supervisors. But after, at some point in time, when I was the case agent assigned to it, just started reading through the case file, and as things came in, following up on those things.
But when you say reading through the case file, do you mean you went through the entire case file and read everything?
I believe I did everything I had access to, yes.
And that was going to be my follow-up question is, how was the file at that time when you took over organized for purposes of GBI's file?
It was huge and very voluminous. And then at the time, from my recollection, things were done by date. So the beginning of the investigation from 05 was like the first volume, and then it just kind of was built on top of that. Not sure if that's exactly what you're asking.
But was it stored electronically, in paper form, or both?
I remember the paper case file. The reports were typed in our system. I don't recall electronic storage at that time.
So, to this day, how do you think, if I wanted to go back and see if there were reports containing the name Ryan Duke or Bo Dukes, how would I best find that out for purposes of searching the GBI file, based on what you know?
You would have to ask the current folks at the office now and how things work now. It's been a long time since I've left in 2009. I'm sure things have changed. So I would have to defer to the folks currently in that office or currently with the GBI to best answer that for you.
But when you reviewed the file, when you became the special agent in charge of this, special agent for this investigation, you reviewed the paper documents. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any discussions with Gary Rothwell about any of the leads that had been generated prior to you assuming that duty?
There was many discussions about that case.
But in the year that you had that role, do you remember talking with Gary Rothwell at all about Bo Dukes or Ryan Duke?
Yes.
In the time frame 2008 to 2009?
Somewhere around there, yes, sir.
So tell me what your discussion with Gary Rothwell was about those two gentlemen.
I inquired about them. I'd been given their names in another interview, and it was my understanding after that discussion that that had already been looked into and had already been followed up on.
So Gary Rothwell told you that that lead had been followed up on?
Yes.
What else did you discuss with him about those two names?
Without further, I don't really recall right now. Without a more pointed question, I guess.
So when would you have had that discussion with him?
After the papers you provided with the interview with the Pops,
So
where they gave me those names.
So one is dated July and one is dated October 2008. Would it have been in between those two dates or after the October date?
I don't recall. That has been so long ago. I don't recall the exact date of a conversation.
In other words, after speaking with the Pox, you believe their claims to have enough sort of factual basis to talk with the special agent in charge about this particular tip. Is that correct?
I wasn't, I don't know about factual basis. I just know that those were names that I wasn't familiar with. And my understanding was that that had already been looked into and had already been handled.
Did you talk with him about having the DNA swabbed?
I don't recall whether we did or not. It's been so long ago.
And did he give you any details about how that had been followed up on?
I don't recall. That's been so long ago that I don't recall the details on that.
Did he tell you from whom he learned that it had been followed up on?
I don't recall. That's been so long ago.
Did he talk to you about any conversations he had with Dominic Turner about these two gentlemen?
I don't recall.
Did you have any?
Again,
Did you have any conversations with Dominic Turner about Ryan Duke or Bo Dukes?
I did.
So when did you have those discussions?
Probably around the same time frame after I heard the names. Dominic was the first case agent. So I was seeing what, that those names meant anything to him.
And would you have gone to him before you went to Gary Rothwell?
I don't recall which one I talked to first. I don't recall. I'm sorry. It's been so long ago.
So tell me what you and Dominic Turner discussed.
I don't recall the exact details, but same kind of thing. It was something that had already been looked into and was unfounded. Had already been followed up on.
Did he talk to you about receiving a written statement from a witness who said he had overheard these two gentlemen talking about burning her body in a pecan orchard?
I don't recall. That's been so long ago, I don't recall the exact details of what was said. It was just my understanding that had already been followed up on, and nothing of evidentiary value came about from it.
So when you're, as a law enforcement official, at the time that you had this position, were you post-certified?
Yes.
And were you authorized to make arrests?
Yes.
As part of your authorization to make arrests, were you trained to evaluate what constitutes probable cause?
Yes.
Okay, are there different variables that go into the decision whether to make an arrest from a probable cause standpoint?
There's different variables in every case, so yes.
Would having the identity of the suspect be a factor that would help you formulate probable cause?
Probably so, yes.
And having the location of the crime, would that assist you in formulating whether or not there's probable cause to make an arrest?
Not all the time do you have to have the location, so it just depends on the circumstances and the information that you have. But the entire time I've had this case, it was a missing persons case, so I was not aware that she was no longer alive at that point.
I understand that, but the location, having the location of the alleged crime would not hurt in making that decision, correct?
If you knew a crime had occurred, that is correct.
And would it be helpful in your determination about whether probable cause existed to know that people had been overheard claiming to have committed the crime themselves?
If you had, factual information, not just hearsay, but like I said, when I was working the case, it was a missing persons case the entire time. I wasn't aware that she had passed away.
I understand that, but in your experience, investigations can turn from a missing persons into a murder case, can they not?
That's a possibility, along with other possibilities.
So would knowing the manner of the crime, for instance, the burning of a body, would that also assist you in determining whether or not probable cause exists to make an arrest for, say, concealment of a body?
I was not aware that a crime had been committed at that point.
I understand that. I'm not necessarily asking you about this specific case. I'm talking about, in general, making a probable cause determination for an arrest. Would knowing the manner of the crime itself assist you in making that decision?
It's one factor that can be considered, yes.
And what about the date of the crime? Would knowing when it happened also assist you in formulating a determination of probable cause?
I don't know if you would have to know the date, but like I said, this case was a missing persons case when I worked it. It was not known that a crime had been occurred at that point, to my knowledge.
But it could be helpful to you.
A date?
Yes.
Possibly, depending on circumstances.
And if you received information from multiple sources confirming the same facts, for instance, would that be a factor that you'd consider in determining whether or not probable cause existed to make an arrest?
I think it would depend on what your sources were.
Of course, but in your experience, would admissions from people be pretty strong evidence of guilt?
It's a possibility, but in this case, we had people that didn't do anything to her or have any connection with her admit things, so not necessarily.
Right, but if you put all those things together, would it cause you to do more investigation?
My understanding was that this had already been followed up on and nothing of evidentiary value was obtained from it. So at the point I was given that information from my supervisor and the former case agent, that was why there was no follow-up after that by my part, was because I was under the understanding that had already been followed up on and already been handled.
And so is there any documentation in GBI's file about your conversation with Gary Rothwell on that point?
Don't think so.
As part of your routine practice and procedure, are you required to document official communications about the case in the file?
My recollection of back then, just general office discussions about cases we worked on were not documented in the summary. We just documented investigative acts.
Well, so if you have information you've received directly from the special agent in charge that caused you to terminate further investigation of a specific lead on specific individuals, you didn't document that?
Can Can you rephrase the question?
Sure.
Please?
I'm trying to figure out, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Is there some specific reason why you learned from the special agent in charge about information that caused you to terminate further investigation of a specific lead provided by two different people about a specific location? Why that's not documented in the file?
My understanding was that this had already been handled and followed up on. That was the information that they gave me. So that's why there was no further follow-up.
But why isn't it documented in the file?
Inter-office discussions like that at the time I was there weren't. That wasn't part of, you were documenting investigative acts, so just a discussion in the office about a case wasn't an investigative act per se.
So at the time that you were leading the investigation, what was the protocol for handling witness statements when they came in?
I'm not sure I'm clear on your, my understanding of investigations, we documented interviews with witnesses with a report of investigation summary in the case file. That's when I interviewed people, I did a report of the interview that I conducted.
And I understand that, and we have those, but in terms of obtaining written witness statements from witnesses who claim to have some knowledge, what was supposed to happen to those?
I just know that when I interviewed people, I documented it with a report, and if I don't recall if in this case anybody I talked to gave a written report or not, or on their own, I just documented the interviews that I did in summaries.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I've seen it happen, and maybe this is the way you did it, there's a summary provided that you create yourself, and if there are documents associated with whatever investigative act it is, that's attached as an exhibit to your summary. Is that fair?
That's fair from my recollection and understanding too.
So if you had received a written witness statement from a witness, in your experience based on GBI process at that time, there would be a summary documenting the event drafted by you, and attached as an exhibit would be the actual statement. Is that fair?
If it was something separately provided for, yes. At the time, I don't know what they do now, but at the time when we interviewed people, we wrote a document, a summary of what we were told by them, and that was the report. That if anything additional was provided, then yes, it could be attached like you just described.
Right, and the best practice would be to attach it to that summary, correct?
Objection, Judge Bleeding.
Your Honor, under 611...
I understand the objection, and I'm sort of trying to figure out where this is going. I mean, we're talking about a case here, this case. We're talking about a statute of limitation issue, and she hasn't got for 2 hours to be on there. We may use all our time talking about stuff that's not really helping me.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to the reports, Your Honor, but as far as Your Honor's ruling on the objection, under 611C, she's a hostile witness. She's been evasive on the stand already. She's associated with law enforcement. She's identified as affiliated with the state, so she's a hostile witness, so I get to lead her even though I've called her.
You called her a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you didn't call her hostile?
I'm asking the court to declare her hostile now.
Well, I haven't seen that yet, so I sustain the objection.
But even if she's not hostile, she's still affiliated with the state because she's a law enforcement official.
But as the question was asked and the objection made, I sustain the objection.
So, Ms. Leitner, did the GBI have access to all of the other agencies who were assisting their documents? Were those turned over to the GBI routinely?
It's been so long ago, I don't recall how often or when or what happened with that.
But as a special agent on the case, did you have the ability to go and review their files?
if there were files available that I was aware of.
But you had access to those materials if you wished to, correct?
If I was aware that they existed. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think it does, ma'am. You said you could go if you wanted to, right? In your words, if you had a reason to.
That's not, I don't think that's what I said. It was if I knew that they existed.
Yeah, it's a bit fair enough.
Then I could, ask for them, or if they provided them to me, attach them or add them to the file. Yeah.
All right, ma'am, let's turn to your July 15th, 2008 summary. Can you pull that one out for me? This has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3.
Okay. This is the one with Andy Paul, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Is this a summary you drafted?
Yes.
And you drafted it following your interview with Mr. Paul?
Yes.
And I know you already told us that you went to Mr. Rothwell and he said these claims were unfounded, but following that interview, well, first of all, did you know that Mr. Pock had been involved in search efforts for Ms. Grinstead before you interviewed him?
It's been so long ago and that file's so big, I don't recall specifically knowing that at that time or not.
And during this interview, you asked him to come up with a list of names and people, no matter how obvious it may seem, that they think they may need to be swabbed in the case, and send it to you.
Can you tell me which line you're reading from so I can make sure I'm clear with what you're asking?
Did you have a chance to review these before today?
I did.
So do you have an independent recollection of asking him for a list of names?
Yes, there it is on the summary.
So
yes, I do.
Okay. And it was during this discussion that he gave you the names of individuals?
In the interview, it looks like he mentioned, he talked about some other names, and then they were going to get together and maybe come up with a list at a future date.
And it was going to be attached. It was going to be attached to this summary, correct?
Yeah, and it says once received, it'll be attached to this summary.
Do you ever remember receiving that list?
It's been so long ago, I don't recall.
If you had received it,
if there's one in the paper case file attached to this summary, then it was received and attached to my knowledge.
And who is the name of the gentleman who apparently provided information related to these gentlemen, based on your report, towards the end of the first page?
Okay, towards the end of the first page, he mentions that Garland Lott came to his house and said he had overheard two boys. And then later on the next page, Mr. Clark says he thinks their last names were Duke.
Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second.
Judge, I'm going to object to her reading, which is what she appears to be doing from a statement that's not tendered evidence. I'm perfectly fine with being in evidence, but I do object to her reading from the file.
Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 3.
I'm sorry?
This is State's Exhibit 3.
I wasn't identified as that, so I wasn't clear.
Case Exhibit 3.
What I'm referring to has been admitted as State's Exhibit 3.
Okay.
She just objected that it hasn't been tendered. It has been tendered. So in your report, it notes that he told you that Garland Lott said two boys had killed Tara.
Yes.
So that was
that he overheard them say they had.
right. In your experience as a law enforcement official, would you, if it was deemed to be credible, would that be considered an admission of guilt?
That if just because Garland Lott said it doesn't mean it was true. And that was my understanding, was that this information had already been followed up on and nothing of evidentiary value was gleaned from it.
And you also noted that he told you that Garland Lott had indicated they put her in a pit and killed her. Is that true?
That is what was relayed by Mr. Polk, that Mr. Lott had told him that Mr. Lott had heard from somebody else.
And I guess on the second page there, someone, you say they, is that referring to the Polks?
Let me read this.
They wondered if these boys had ever been swabbed. Is the they the Polks?
Yes, I believe I was referring to the Polks in that sentence.
Okay, and when you say swabbed, you mean DNA swabbed, correct?
Correct.
Did you have either Ryan Duke or Bo Duke's DNA swabbed?
I did not know.
And but we'll just get it out of the way because I'm going to go through some facts in both of these reports. But is it fair to say that once you talked to Gary Rothwell, you didn't do any further investigation at all related to this particular lead?
Correct. After speaking with both of the Polks and discussing with Gary, yeah, correct. I did not do any further follow-up because it was my understanding that it had already been looked into and handled and nothing of evidentiary value had been brought out from that. So I did not do anything further with that.
And the Polks also indicated to you that the boys were probably 22 at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what his information was, or that's what he told me then, yes.
And the last names were Duke. Is that correct?
That was his information to me, that he thought their last names were Duke.
And that they might have lived in the Pleasure Lake area of Irwin County, correct?
That is what he said, and that's what's in the report, yes, sir.
Based on what's in this particular report, had you not spoken with Gary Rothwell, would you have done further investigation into this lead?
Yes.
And what
I thought that this had been looked into or followed through, then yes, I would have.
So tell the court what you would have done at that point if you had not heard from Gary Rothwell that the lead was not fruitful. In terms of your investigation, what would you have done?
I'm sorry, sound like somebody else was talking? Do I need to pause before answering?
No. Someone's clearing their throat.
Okay. I would have conducted interviews, asked for DNA buccal swabs, gone to the location that was described, and just, followed wherever the leads led, if they led anywhere at that point.
And let's take, for example, the allegation that there was a burning of the body. If you had searched the area where they claimed to have done this, and you found an area that indicated some sort of burning, what would you have done then?
Your Honor, okay, I'm going to object at this point. We're going into what she would have done, which is not the standard that the court has to review. The standard is what they actually knew, not what they should have known. The cases are very clear. And so I believe asking an officer who has already indicated she did not do any of these things, what she would have done, not only is speculation, but it's also irrelevant to Your Honor's decision.
It will assist the court directly in evaluating the probable cause issue had they done follow-up as required.
But the question isn't would they have had probable cause had they followed up. The question is did they have probable cause?
We're dealing with a subjective versus objective standard of probable cause, and it's not what they actually knew, it's what they knew or should have known based on a reasonable officer's standpoint. So
that is not what the case was.
So the inquiry is what she would have done as a reasonable officer had that lead not been terminated by Mr. Rothwell.
I sustain the objection.
So, as part of the investigation, though, finding an area where there was evidence of burning would assist you in evaluating whether or not probable cause exists. Is that fair?
I mean, just because it was an area of burning doesn't necessarily mean it would have been related to her case. It would just be leads that would have to have been, looked into further. But like I said, my understanding was that these leads had been followed through and looked into, and nothing of evidentiary value had been gleaned or came out of that follow through.
All right, let's turn.
So at that time, it was still a missing persons case to me.
Let's turn to what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 2. It's your summary dated October 7th, 2008. Let me know when you have that in front of you.
Sure, hang on just a second. Okay, I have it. This is the interview with Janice Polk.
All right, and can you just explain for the court what this is in general?
This is a report that I did after my interview with Janice Polk.
And did part of your interview with Janice Polk involve talking about Ryan Duke and Bo Dukes?
Yes.
And I believe if you turn to the third page, ma'am,
Okay.
to the last paragraph that starts "she also," I think that's where the discussion begins.
The discussion about them, yes, but we had discussed other names previous to that and other information previous to that. But yes, that's where the report first mentions their names, Ryan Duke and Bo Duke.
So it actually she specifically told you Ryan Duke and Bo Duke.
That was what I have in my report.
And she thought that you should be looking at them. Is that correct?
Yes, she felt that way, yes.
And it looks to me from the second sentence there that the reason why she thought that you should be looking at those two boys is because the person who gave them the information was someone they trusted. Is that correct?
Okay, I find where you're talking about in the summary. Can you re-ask the question, please?
Yeah, so it sounds to me like the reason she wanted you to look into these two gentlemen was because the information that they had received came from a gentleman they trusted.
Yes, but she did not want to name him.
Right,
but she had also given me several other names in this report, too. That is not the only names they provided. It's a 9-page report.
I understand that, but in terms of these two gentlemen, the reason why she wanted you to follow up with them is because she trusted the source of the information.
That, I would agree that was my assessment, too, yes. But you'd have to ask her, further details on the trust issue with that person.
Yeah, I understand.
But that's what she told me, yes.
But your impression from speaking with her was that she trusted him.
Yes.
And she also told you, like Andy Pock had told you, that there had been a party where these boys talked about how they had admitted killing Tara, right?
Sorry, just make sure I'm clear. Are you asking me about what Andy Pock said or what Janice Pock said?
What Janice Pock said is the same thing that Andy Pock told you about that admission from these two boys, correct? That they had killed Tara.
I'm just making sure I'm clear. So, according to my report with Andy Polk, a party wasn't mentioned, just that Garland Light had come to their house and said he overheard two boys say that information. So, Janice's information is the one that mentions a party.
Ma'am.
And she also mentioned something that he had shared with, according to her, which this fella had told her, that they had put her in a car to Matera.
My question, ma'am, was focused on the admission of guilt. Both Janice Pock and Andy Pock confirmed that the information they received involved these boys admitting to killing Tara. Is that true?
The information they gave me was information they had heard from another party about information that party had overheard. So
I understand.
I guess you could say it's hearsay over hearsay.
The factual information is the same in both interviews, correct? On the issue of the admission of killing Tara.
To me, the factual information is that they both provided me those names. I was not aware that a murder had occurred until after they were arrested some years later.
Both Andy and Janice Pock confirmed that these boys admitted supposedly to killing Tara Grinstead. Is that true?
They told me they had heard this information from somebody else.
Let me ask it this way. Did you accurately
They did not hear this from Bo and Ryan. They heard it from somebody else.
I understand that, ma'am. Did you document accurately in this report what both Janice Pock and Andy Pock told you?
I believe so.
Okay. They told you that, or at least Janice told you that she heard that they had burned her in a fire pit, correct?
According to my report with Janice Pock, it mentions putting her in a car and burned her.
Hang on just a second.
And then...
Ms. Lightner, hang on just a minute.
Yes, Your Honor.
I tried to give a little bit of leeway, but he's just completely leading the witness at this point, and I would object.
Your Honor, again, I would reassert that she is a hostile witness. Since the time we had the last objection, she's refusing to answer simple questions that are documented clearly in her report. She's not answering the questions, and it's forcing me to ask several different follow-ups. So I'm entitled to cross-examine her when she's hostile. And she's also affiliated with the state, so we assert that I should have leeway to lead her when she's being evasive.
Well, restate your question.
So another fact contained at the bottom of this page, 3 of 9, indicates that Janice told you that she overheard that they had burned her at a fire pit, correct?
Janice did not overhear Bo and Ryan do. She got information from someone she trusted that person had heard them talking.
And said that she had been...
My understanding of the information she provided.
And the information she provided was that she had learned that from whatever source, Tara Grinstead had been burned in a fire pit.
Your Honor, I object.
In a car is what this report says.
Sorry?
I object to his continuing to lead the witness.
I overrule the objection. Let's move on.
Again, ma'am, so the information in the last sentence on page 3, did you document that accurately?
That is information she gave. So she mentioned at first the information she received was put her in a car and burned her, and then the next information she was relaying to me was supposedly they burned her in a fire pit.
Right. And it was in a place they called, quote, the orchard, end quote, correct?
That was the information this person had told her that she was sharing with me.
And I understand all that. I'm just trying, for the court's perspective, ma'am, I'm not trying to beat up on you at all. I'm just trying to confirm the facts that were relayed to you. Whether they're hearsay or not is a different question. I'm just trying to get you to confirm what you actually were told so the court has an understanding. Okay? So they took him to a place they called, quote, the orchard, correct?
That was the information she provided that she had heard from
Highway 29 in Fitzgerald?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the property belonged to Bobby Connor.
That's what she said, yes.
It's in a place where they like to hang out in the woods and have a bonfire.
That's what she said, yes.
And in this report, according to Ms. Pauk, quote, the young man really believed the guy's statement, end quote. Is that what she told you?
That's what she told me, yes.
And so Janice also told you that she thinks he wrote out a statement, and she and her husband wrote out a statement and gave it to the Irwin County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That's what she said, yes.
Did you ever see that statement or those statements?
I did not.
Did you ever look for them?
I don't recall. Like I said before, once I discussed this with Mr. Rothwell and was told this had already been followed up on and dealt with and nothing of evidentiary value had come from it, there was plenty of other leads that I could look at for this case. There's other names she mentions in the same report.
So down towards the latter mid part of this paragraph, you write, her husband was told that local law enforcement had talked with those kids and they were just talking trash. Did Janice Pauk tell you that, or did you get that from Gary Rothwell?
No, this is what Ms. Pauk was relaying to me.
Did you ask her which law enforcement officials apparently spoke with these boys?
I don't recall specifically asking that question. I'm just reporting in here what she relayed to me.
And aside from speaking with Agent Turner or Special Agent in Charge Rothwell, did you do any investigative work at all to interview any of these people?
When you say any of these people, I'm just to make sure I'm clear, you're talking about local law enforcement or whatever. I did not, because like I said, I was told this had already been looked into, already been handled, and nothing of evidentiary value came from it. So it was still a missing persons case to me at this point.
When you first took on the file, did you have access to Alan Morgan's statement, which is dated November 8, 2005, which you have in front of you?
So your office provided me with a copy of this back when the hearing was scheduled a few months ago, correct? So this was the first time I had read that report.
But
or seen that report.
My question is, would you have had access to it when you started work on the file? If you wanted it and had a reason to go find it?
If I knew it existed, yes. But the first time I remember seeing this information was when your office emailed it to me several months ago.
And I'm not going to belabor the point on this one, ma'am, since you didn't review it back at the time you were leading the investigation. But if you can turn to the last paragraph on the first page and just read that to yourself.
Okay, are you referring to my report, Ms. Pauk, or are you referring to the reports by those other officers?
The one by Alan Morgan, dated November 8, 2005.
Okay, the very last paragraph on the second page.
First page, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
The first
Can't
page.
hear you, I'm sorry.
The first page.
Page, okay. Okay, I've read it.
Would you agree with me that there are facts contained in this report that corroborate the information that was given to you by Janice and Andy Pauk?
There is information in this paragraph that is similar to information given by the Pauks, yes.
It's corroborated.
Corroboration would be Cooperation, I mean, it's additional information on similar information provided by the Pauks. But like I said before, I was told that this had already been looked into and had already been handled, and nothing of evidentiary value had come from this.
At the very least, it confirms that the story that the Pauks told the sheriff's office was similar to and consistent with the story they told you. Is that fair?
I would say similar, yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Mullins?
No, it's not.
Ms. Orange?
I think we're in the afternoon now. Good afternoon, Ms. Leitner. How are you doing?
Hello.
Just want to follow up on a few things. In 2017, when Ryan Duke was arrested for the murder of Tara Grinstead, you were no longer employed with the GBI, correct?
Correct.
And had not been employed with the GBI or had not been actively working with the GBI since 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, in 2017, you were living out of the state of Georgia.
Correct.
However, you did learn at some point that someone had been arrested for the disappearance of Miss Grinstead, or excuse me, the murder of Miss Grinstead, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall if you learned that through news outlets or through someone calling you about it?
I was called.
Okay. And do you recall who it was who initially notified you that someone had been arrested?
I don't remember who called me first, but Jason Shadell contacted me, as well as Gary Rockwell and Inspector, I think, with GBI. I don't recall which one.
Okay. And when they initially called you to tell you that someone had been arrested, you were told that the person's name was Ryan Duke, correct?
Yes.
And in 2017, when you first learned that Ryan Duke had been arrested for the murder of Tara Grinstead, you had no recollection of ever hearing his name prior to that date, correct?
Correct. I did not remember that name.
And so to clarify, in 2017, when you first heard that Mr. Duke had been arrested for the murder, you did not recall Janice Paulk ever giving you that name, correct?
Correct. I remembered that I had interviewed her and she had provided names, but that specific name I did not recall at that time, no.
And you did not recall, again, specifically in 2017, when you first heard that Ryan Duke had been arrested for the murder, you did not recall ever having heard that name from Andy Paulk either, correct?
I did not recall it at that time, no.
And in fact, it was some years later before you ever became aware of the two reports that we have been referencing today that you wrote. Is that correct? Or the two summaries that you wrote?
That's correct. That was a huge case file, and I did not specifically recall those names.
So for several years after both of these defendants had been arrested, you still did not recall their names ever being part of the case file. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is because, as you just said, this was an incredibly large case file, right?
Yes, it was. It was the most voluminous case I'd ever worked on.
And in fact, throughout that case file, while you may not remember specific names, you do know that there are other people who have allegedly confessed to the murder of Tara Grinstead previously, other than these two persons, correct?
Correct.
You also were aware that during the time period when you had the case, or as the lead agent, there were people who were claiming that Tara was still alive and that they had seen her, correct?
Correct.
And as you've told us, at no point during your tenure as the lead agent did you ever have probable cause to know that she was in fact dead.
Correct.
Restate your question.
At no point during the time that you were the lead agent did you possess probable cause to believe that Tara Grinstead was in fact dead.
Your objection is overruled.
You can answer it.
Okay, that's correct. It was still a missing persons case when I was working the case.
Okay. Now, report that defense counsel has supplied to you that was written by Alan Morgan. Yeah, thank you. I must have not put it back over here. You would agree with me that you have no knowledge whether or not that particular report was in the GBI case file when you were the lead agent, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge as to when or if ever that report became part of the GBI case file, correct?
That's correct. I don't.
Now, you said earlier that you would have had access to it, so let me ask you this. If there had been a report that Alan Morgan wrote and kept in his personal case file at the Sheriff's Department in Irwin County, would you have had the ability to get that report without asking someone for it?
No, I don't have free reign access to their office or anything. If that's what you're asking. No.
And in your sorry, let me grab it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
No, I'm sorry. I started talking and remembered I needed to wait till I got back over here. In your summary of your interview with Janice Polk on October 7th, 2008, and for the record, Judge, that is states too. In this summary, you've already told us this, but it is an 8-page document, correct?
Yes, it says, 8 or 9 pages long.
Okay.
So,
and
page.
I'm sorry. And in that, the purpose of this meeting with Janice Polk on October 7th of 2008 was not simply for her to give you information about Ryan Duke or Bo Dukes, correct?
That's correct.
And as you mentioned already, in fact, she told you names of several people that she believed were suspect or needed to be swabbed. Is that right?
Correct.
Same thing with your interview of Andy Polk. Your initial purpose of interviewing Andy Polk in 2008 was not to specifically ask about Ryan or Bo Dukes, correct?
Correct.
And during your interview of Andy specifically, he was unable to give you any specific names of the persons who allegedly had killed Miss Grinstead, correct?
That was correct.
In fact,
he gave me a last name.
I apologize. What he said was that he thought the boys' last names were Duke. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Janice, on the other hand, did give you their specific names. Is that correct?
Yes. Let me find out which page that was on. Yes.
Okay. However, before the end of your interview with her, she specifically told you that, according to her, Andy, her husband, had heard from local law enforcement that this had been followed up on and nothing came of it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, it was specifically referenced that local law enforcement had told Andy that those kids, they were just talking trash. Is that correct?
Correct.
So after receipt, while I understand you don't recall if you spoke with Mr. Rothwell after you spoke with Janice or after you spoke with both of them, at some point, however, when you spoke with Agent Rothwell, he told you that it had been followed up on and it was nothing, correct?
That was my understanding, was that it had been followed up on and nothing of evidentiary value had come from it, that it had already been handled.
And that, in fact, substantiated or corroborated what Janice Polk told you she understood from local law enforcement.
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you a question about the Alan Morgan report, and understanding you had no knowledge if or when it was ever in the GBI file. Would you agree with me that in reading that report and the information that you received from both Andy and Janice, it appears they were relaying to you the same information they relayed to Alan Morgan, or substantially the same information?
Yes.
Okay. So defense counsel asked you if that was corroboration, and you sort of paused about that. Would you agree with me that when one person tells 5 different people the same thing, it is not corroboration that he told 5 people the same thing, because it's still coming from that one person, correct?
Correct.
So here, while we have heard it from different parties, that being Alan Morgan's reports, you speaking with Janice and you speaking with Andy, essentially all of those go back to the statement that Garland Locke made, correct?
That he had relayed to the Pauks, yes.
Okay. And during the time period that you worked for the GBI, did you ever possess what you believe to be probable cause to take a warrant for Ryan Duke for the murder of Tara Grinstead?
No.
Overruled. Rejection noted.
During your time as a employee of the GBI, did you ever possess did you ever possess information which led you to believe that you had probable cause to swear out a warrant against Bo Dukes for the murder of Tara Grinstead?
No.
Overruled. Rejection noted.
And during the time that you worked for the GBI, did you have any information that you believed would have given you sufficient probable cause to swear out a warrant for either of those persons for burning the body of Tara Grinstead?
No.
Overruled.
And I heard you, but you were somebody was speaking over you because there was an objection. Can you tell me what your response to that was?
No.
Okay.
I mean, my response was no.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
I'm sorry, Judge. May I ask one more question? I apologize. Having had a chance to review the reports or the summaries that you did of your discussion with Andy Paulk, did Andy Paulk ever tell you did Andy Paulk ever tell you about them going out to the actual pit, and that being that Andy Paulk himself went to the pit where she was allegedly burned?
Yes, he said that he went with Nelson Paulk and Alan Morgan, and that with detectives there, they checked out the pit but didn't find anything.
Okay. And when you say detectives there, does that, based on your understanding of jurisdiction, would that be read to be detectives from the Ben Hill County area? Or do you know?
I don't recall. Just the names he gave me were Nelson Paulk and Alan Morgan, so I don't recall any other names.
Okay. And if he had given you specific names, you would have included that in your summary?
Correct.
And you certainly have no recollection of him telling you that a person by the name of Jacob or Josh Longoria was out there, correct?
I don't recall those names at all. No, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize.
Anything further?
Just read.
So, Ms. Leitner, as part of your duties with the GBI, did you often review hotline tip sheets from America's Most Wanted?
I'm sorry, can you step closer to the microphone? It's hard for me to understand you.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
As part of your job duties, did you routinely review tip sheets from America's Most Wanted and other sources of information that was documented as tips?
I don't recall America's Most Wanted tips. My recollection was Dominic was the one that dealt with America's Most Wanted. I do know that after I became the case agent for the case, if we had tips that were called into our office, they would try to route them to me to talk to that person over the phone.
So
it's possible maybe those could have been from America's Most Wanted. I just don't recall specifically if they were from that or not.
And how were the America's Most Wanted tips stored in GBI's file?
I don't recall how that was stored.
So if there was a tip dated November 12th, 2005, would Dominic Turner have been the lead agent at that time?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Moses? All right. Anything further? All right, Mr. Lightner, that concludes your testimony, and so you can, you'll still have some time to be there.
Well, thank you very much, Your Honor. So I'm excused and y'all don't
You're
need anything
excused,
further
yes,
from me,
ma'am.
correct?
Yep.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to be in recess till 1:30.
It's a lot easier to manage this because before, when you had pediatrics mixed in with adults, a lot of times you would have a hold in the emergency room, which is what we do not want to have. So therefore, we were slow in getting the patients up, and now if there's a pediatric patient, we can move them right on up and we don't have to wait for an adult bed to clear.
It also offers the latest technology, patient monitors, and a space that is both family and child friendly. And in other medical news, a new poll from the National Alliance of Mental Illness found that most people in the United States don't know that they can text, call, or send a chat message to the number 988 to reach licensed counselors trained to de-escalate a mental health crisis. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can also provide emotional support or connect callers with additional mental health resources. The Lifeline, formerly known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, changed last year from 1-800-273-TALK to the 3-digit 988 number. The poll also found that more than 80% of U.S. adults were either unfamiliar with or have never even heard of 988. Only 17% were very or somewhat familiar with the service. Young adults, on the other hand, 18 to 29, were more likely to be familiar with 998 than older Americans were. And a Harris High School County graduate and JROTC cadet is being presented with a prestigious scholarship. Hunter Dylan Syed is honored with the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame ROTC scholarship worth $4,000. The scholarship promotes the organization's mission of educating the youth about real heroes and preparing the future leaders of America. Hunter graduated this past May, and he will be headed to the University of North Georgia in the fall.
Achieve what you want. You can't let stuff get in your way. You're your own enemy.
All right. Be seated, please. I can call you next one.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Mr. Jacob Longoria. Will be appearing.
Mr. Longoria, can you hear us? There we go. Hey, Mr. Longoria, can you hear us?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, if you would, please raise your right hand. And do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you're going to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you would, please tell us your full name for the record.
Jacob Longoria.
And where do you currently live, Mr. Longoria?
In McDonough, Georgia.
Did you previously live in Ben Hill County or Fitzgerald, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And did you live here in 2005?
That's correct.
And were you a Ben Hill County Sheriff's deputy at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
What years were you a Ben Hill County Sheriff's deputy?
From 2002 to 2017.
And do you recall in 2005 the disappearance of Miss Tara Grinstead?
Yes.
And at that particular time, do you recall ever discussing that case with Alan Morgan, an Irwin County Sheriff's deputy?
Yes, we talked about it.
Do you recall meeting him at a pecan orchard in Ben Hill County relative to the case that we're here about?
No, I didn't meet him over there. I just talked to him about it, but we didn't meet over there.
And did, to the best of your recollection, what was it that you and Mr. Morgan talked about this particular case, about the disappearance of Miss Grinstead?
Just that he was investigating that case. He didn't tell me a whole lot.
And so you do not recall ever meeting him and others at a pecan orchard in Ben Hill County to follow a tip to conduct a search?
I went over there to, there were some guys there at the gate, if I recall, and I stopped by there to offer them some water. I was patrol at the time.
Do you recall who that was at the gate?
I don't remember.
So you don't recall if it was Alan Morgan or somebody else?
No, sir.
I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Meadows?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Hart?
Very briefly.
Good afternoon, Mr. Longoria. I have just a couple questions.
Yes.
The incident where you're talking about you went by the orchard and offered some people some water, would that is an incident that actually occurred right before the arrest of Ryan Duke, is that right?
I'm not sure. I'm so sorry, but I don't recall.
Was it the middle of the night when you were out there giving people water?
No, no, no. No, it was hot. It was a hot day. It was during the middle of the day.
Okay. And would that have been a situation where they were essentially guarding the orchard area so nobody could get in there?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything further from Ms. Winter? All right, Mr. Longoria, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Yes, sir.
You're excused, okay?
Thank you.
All right. You
Yes,
call your
sir.
next
Thank you,
witness.
sir. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. Defense would call Stanley Whitley.
Okay, sir, can you raise your right hand for me?
Stanley Whitley.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you'll give today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Now you can tell me your name, sir.
Stanley Whitley.
Okay, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Owen County Sheriff's Office as a captain over the Superior Court.
And back in 2005, November 2005, where were you employed?
I was employed with the Osceola Police Department as a school resource officer.
Okay, and were you involved at that time in assisting in the investigation into, or in the search for Tara Grinstead?
I was involved in coordinating the search party in Owen County.
Okay, and as part of those duties, did you communicate with GBI or just your chief?
I'm sorry?
As part of those responsibilities in Irwin County, were you communicating with leads, about leads with the GBI or just Osceola PD? And
Mainly communicated just with the search members.
but did you report summaries of your findings of your activities to the police department?
I did.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, if I may. I'm handing you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 2 to this hearing. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is that a summary of events related to, at least in part, a tip that was provided to Deputy Alan Morgan?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me just generally how you came to learn this information that's contained in the second to last paragraph, starting with an anonymous tip.
I'm sorry?
Is this something's already been introduced?
Yes. I'll just read it to him.
Is it the report of Alan Morgan?
No, this one is his report.
Oh, his report?
Yes.
Okay.
So where it says, sir, an anonymous tip was given to Deputy Alan Morgan by Janice Pock of an area in Ben Hill County. This area was flown by GSP helicopter and walked by Deputy Morgan. You see that?
Yes.
Those are your words?
Those are my words.
Okay. How did you... Defense 2. How did you come to learn that information?
I was advised of that by Deputy Alan Morgan.
When did you speak with him about that?
I'm sorry?
When did you speak with him about that?
Late in the afternoon on the November the 8th.
Of 2005?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when you spoke with him?
We were headquartered at the Senior Citizen Building on East 4th Street in Osceola.
At that time, did he talk to you about any conversations he had had with any others about this tip? Did he share with you any of the details of the information that he got as part of this tip?
No, he didn't elaborate. All he told me was that something of a pecan orchard in Ben Hill County.
And that was the extent of it?
That's it.
Did he talk to you about getting a witness statement from any witness?
No.
Did he talk to you about communicating with Dominic Turner at all about the case or the tip?
No.
What's contained here in this sentence is in 2005. Is that the only information you had from Deputy Morgan?
Yes.
When you prepared this report, what did you do with it?
I prepared the report at the Ocilla Police Department.
And then did you put it in?
I made notes during the day of what had taken place. I had no computer or anything, typewriter or anything at the court, at the Senior Citizen Center. So I did all this when after I went back to the police department, went over my notes, and then I made the report.
And did you put it in the official police file for Ocilla?
Yes, it was in that file.
And to the best of your knowledge, did it stay there throughout the course? To the best of your knowledge, did the document stay in the official police file?
Yes.
And were you ever contacted by any GBI agent about this tip?
Not that I know, remember.
At any point, did you come to learn that the tip involved individuals by the name of Ryan Duke or Bo Dukes?
No.
Never until...
The first contact I had with Ryan was back in, I think last year, maybe when we went to trial in Irwin County.
But in the 2000, when you were an officer with Ocilla, did you ever remember hearing Ryan Duke or Bo Duke's name come up?
No.
Okay. And did you ever hear anything else about the pecan orchard?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever hear anything else about the pecan orchard?
No.
And did you ever hear anything about a body being burned in Fitzgerald?
No.
So in 2000, after March of 2008, did any GBI person at all ever come to you and interview you about this particular piece of your report here?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever had any conversations with Gary Rothwell about this tip?
I don't think so.
And when I say conversations with Gary Rothwell, I mean prior to Mr. Duke's arrest in 2017.
No.
Has any other law enforcement official, local law enforcement official, either from Ocilla, Fitzgerald, the Irwin County Sheriff's Office, Ben Hill County Sheriff's Office, ever come to you and said, GBI came to me and asked me questions about this?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Mullin?
Bart?
Very briefly, Deputy Whitley, do you have this report in front of you still, Defense 2?
I do.
I want to direct you to the bottom of that report, the next to the last sentence. You indicated, at the completion of the search, no evidence was found pertaining to the disappearance of Tara Grinstead. You see where you wrote that?
Yes.
Now, just want to clarify, when you say the search, do you mean a specific search or all of the searches that you listed that were going on November 8th?
This statement was written after the search was completed in Irwin County, after numerous days of different parties searching the county. Okay. And then that's when this was written, on November the 8th.
So at the time that you wrote this report on November 8th of 2005, it was your knowledge and your understanding that no evidence found pertaining to the disappearance of Tara Grinstead had been found from any searches.
Correct.
And that would include I'm going to use the word, you actually write that Deputy Morgan had walked the property in Ben Hill County. That would include the fact that Deputy Morgan, in walking that property, had not located any evidence in Ben Hill County, correct?
That's according to what he told me.
Okay. And that would also include the fact that, according to Deputy Morgan, Georgia State Patrol had flown a helicopter over the area in Ben Hill County as well, correct?
Correct.
And that flight had not given any evidence related to Tara Grinstead, correct?
That's correct.
Now, looking at your report, the only information he gave you was that it was an area in Ben Hill County, correct?
Right.
Defense counsel used the term orchard, but back in 2005, you did not know any specifics about where it was in Ben Hill County, correct?
All I knew was a pecan orchard in Ben Hill County.
So you do think you knew it was a pecan orchard? Because that's not in your report, so that's why I'm wondering.
Okay. Well, evidently I left that out, but I know that he said, well, I'm almost positive he said a pecan orchard, you know.
And I understand at this point, since the arrest, you've heard a lot about this case. Is that correct? Is that right?
Right.
Is it sometimes difficult to figure out what you knew in 2005 and what you've heard since?
It's sometimes hard to figure out what I did yesterday.
I understand, okay. And I think you may have said this, but just to clarify, this particular report would have been written on November 8th, is that correct?
It's not under oath, but this is my report. And
Okay.
I think I did one for every day that we did a search.
Understand. And so that means that this is information that you would have received specifically on November 8th, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Anything further? All right, you step down. You can call your next witness. Is there any reason this witness can't be excused? All right, you're excused, Ms. Wheeler. See you, Judge. Good to see you.
All right, Your Honor. Defense will call Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Turner.
Hey, how you doing?
If you could, can you raise your right hand for me?
Yeah.
All right. And do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. If you would, please start by stating your full name for the record.
Yeah, Dominic Montero Turner.
And where do you currently live, Mr. Turner?
Warner Robins, Georgia.
And how are you currently employed?
Yes.
What's your occupation?
I'm truck driver, rail transport.
Okay. Did you previously work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, sir.
Did you work for the GBI in 2005?
Yes, sir.
Were you assigned as one of the agents on the Tara Grinstead case?
Yes.
And what was your role for that case?
Right at the time, I was the first responder there. When it came out that she was supposedly missing, or nobody had contact with her, and the Selma Police Department requested us to come in, and I worked that county and that department a lot, so Supervisor Gary Rothwell instructed me to go down there and help with finding out what may have happened.
Were you considered like a lead agent or something like that?
Yeah, the case agent.
Okay. Do you recall working with Alan Morgan of the Irwin County Sheriff's Office during the Grinstead investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to focus your attention to a sort of early on in the investigation, really in the last part of October 2005, first few weeks of November 2005. Do you recall Mr. Morgan telling you about a report that Miss Grinstead had been killed and burned in a pecan orchard?
No, sir, not that.
Do you remember Mr. Morgan ever bringing you a witness statement from an individual named Garland Lott?
No, sir, I don't recall that. No, sir.
We'll take the name out of it. Do you remember ever receiving a witness statement that mentioned Miss Grinstead's body being burned in a pecan orchard?
I don't recall getting any information about that at the time, no.
And not just from Deputy Alan Morgan, but what about from anyone else? Maybe Mr. Nelson Paulk with the Irwin County Sheriff's Department, or anybody else mention that incident to you?
No, sir, not that particular incident, no, sir.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously tendered as State's Exhibit number 13.
Okay.
take a minute.
Okay.
Read that over. Got a couple of questions about it.
Okay.
Do you recall hotline tips like this coming in around this period of time, November 2005, in the Grinstead case?
Yes, we had quite a few of them. I don't recall this one. I don't recall.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my next question. If you'd ever seen this particular tip sheet before today?
No, sir. To the best of my knowledge, no.
And so I think I know the answer to the question, but so I guess you never investigated the tip.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No.
Do you recall around this time period, we'll say, first, second week of November 2005, do you recall the Georgia State Patrol Aviation Unit performing an aerial search of a pecan orchard? Does that ring a bell?
I know we did quite a few searches all over, but pecan, that Pacific area, no, sir, I don't. We had plenty of searches during that time.
Sure. And Mr. Turner, when did you leave the GBI?
October 2007, I want to say it was.
What was the nature of your departure from the GBI?
I resigned in lieu of termination. I had a DUI.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody? Ms. Hart? All right, Mr. Turner, you're excused. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
You can call your next witness. I'm sorry? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chief. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you tell the court your full name?
I'm Billy Hancock.
Okay, and I heard through the grapevine you may have recently retired. Is that true?
I did, as of November of last year.
Congratulations. So tell the court what position you held for some time.
I was chief of police in Ocilla from 1992 till November 2022.
I assume then, based on that answer, that you oversaw investigations handled on behalf of Ocilla PD during that time?
Yes.
And that would include the Tara Grinstead disappearance case?
Well, in this case, we turned it over to the GBI the very day that we discovered her missing.
Yeah. So tell the court sort of how you handed the baton to the GBI.
Once we were notified that she was missing and went around there and actually she was gone and discovered that she was no longer there, we notified the GBI by telephone and told them what we had, and they came and that same day.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but from that point forward, any leads that were generated were turned over to the GBI?
Yes, sir.
And that included any leads that were generated by your officers?
Yes.
Did you ever, as part of your role as chief, ever come to learn of investigations or leads that were followed up on by other agencies?
Yes.
And would that include the Ben Hill County Sheriff's Office and the Irwin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And would that also include leads investigated by the GBI itself?
Yes.
Man.
So I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. This is not a report you would have generated. It's a report that was generated by Deputy Alan Morgan. Let me first ask you before we get into this, did you actually have conversations with Deputy Morgan about any of the leads he may have investigated, specifically in Fitzgerald and in Orchard?
I'm sure I did at some point. I don't remember who initially told me. My guess is that it was him or one of the other guys at the center.
But you have an independent memory of speaking with Deputy Morgan about a lead originating from Fitzgerald and in Orchard.
I really just don't recall if it was him. Are you talking about initially or any time?
Anytime.
Anytime, I'm sure I spoke to him about the lead in that particular county, yes.
Let me see if I can narrow it down. Would that have been prior to Mr. Duke's arrest in February of 2017?
Oh, yes, sir. That would have been probably in 2005.
Okay. I don't need to pin you down any further than that. I know it's been a long time, but to the best of your recollection, you would have spoken with Deputy Morgan sometime in 2005 about it.
To the best of my recollection.
Tell the court what you remember about what Deputy Morgan told you about that lead.
I just remember that there was they said something about a search in Ben Hill County related to a burned body, and that there, to my understanding, the search had already been conducted at that particular time when I received the information. I also remember that very same week that there was another fire that took place, commonly known to us as a Snapdragon Road fire. A lot of resources was put onto that, and I know those two bits of information came in very close together, and that's how I remember that.
When you got that information from Deputy Morgan, was it provided to you in person, orally?
Yes, at some point. I'm sure I don't remember exactly what was said, or if how it come across or whatever. I don't remember the full details of it, but I do remember about him going to do a search in Ben Hill County.
But the report that you got from Deputy Morgan was that that body had been burned in an orchard in Fitzgerald, and the search had already been conducted.
Yes.
Did you get any information from Deputy Morgan about a written witness statement that was prepared by Garland Lott?
I have no knowledge of that.
You don't, as you sit here, you don't recall him talking to you about going to the Pox residence and talking with him?
No, sir. It was just a general statement. I don't remember. I mean, I've certainly read the report that I have in my hand, and I know what it says. But no, I don't remember him telling me he went to Andy Pox's house or vice versa. I just don't have any recollection of that.
So earlier you told me you shared reporting with some of the other agencies. Is this report that's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 that you have in front of you from Deputy Morgan that's dated November 8th, 2005, is this a document that you would have personally seen as the Chief of Police for Ocilla?
I did, but I'm not sure when I saw that. I mean, it was in our files. We have it in our file. This was actually put in a search file, but I mean, that it was still there. And but I don't remember seeing it. I can't tell you I saw it that week.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I can't even say for sure I saw it that month, but at some time I'm sure I saw it.
But is it fair to say that you would have seen it right around that time frame, the 2005 time frame?
I sustain the objection.
So would you have viewed this document within the months after it was generated?
I would think so. But I just don't recall, looking at it, at that particular time. There was so much going on. It's, I just can't recall that.
But your practice as the chief would have been to review all of the summaries from the officials, correct?
Restate your question.
So tell the court what your process was with regard to these reports that were generated by other agencies.
Well, these reports would have been turned over to the GBI. They were collecting them on a regular basis, and to my knowledge, that's what had happened. I don't remember going back in and making a review. I'm sure I may have at some point, but I just don't recall that part.
Would it have been your practice to review it as the chief?
Normally, but this was a case that was turned over to the GBI, and they were the one that was running with that. We was not trying to run a parallel investigation or anything with them. We were mainly helping with searches and anything else along those lines that we could be available for.
Well, turning your attention to the last paragraph on the first page, if you just want to read that to yourself silently and let me know when you're done.
Sure.
Do you have any information that's inconsistent with that as part of any investigation you did as the chief of police for Ocilla?
No, sir. I assumed that this was turned over to the GBI. I didn't try to do a parallel investigation or whatever. I just assumed this part was handled.
And was that generally how it was expected to go?
Yes. We early on, anytime we turn over to another agency, it's theirs, and we're there for support, and that's how it normally goes.
In the 2005 timeframe, would you have had any discussions with Gary Rothwell about this particular lead?
May have. I do not remember any. I don't remember much about these. It's obvious we're here about the names in the report until close to the time of the arrest.
So prior to February of 2017, did you ever learn the name Ryan Duke or Bo Dukes?
Prior to 17? I would imagine I did hear that.
Yeah, and I would expect that to be...
I'm thinking that there was other information that came in just before that. It's all in a very timely manner toward getting close to the arrest.
But it would have been before the arrest?
Yes.
Do you know
Shortly before the arrest. I'm not saying, years before the arrest. I'm saying around the time of the arrest.
And I may have asked you this at the trial in Irwin County, but you had information in your official police file that had the name Bo Dukes and Ryan Dukes. Is that correct? Is that correct or no?
Objection leading.
Yes or no?
I am the objection.
Did you have any in your official file? Did you have the names Bo Dukes and Ryan Duke?
A copy of this report's there.
So yes, you did have them?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2005?
No, I'm talking about, yes. Okay. I mean, in 2005, I'm not 100% certain it came in exactly if they held it or whatever for a month or so or whatever, but yes, early on, I think this report came to us in a search file, not attached to an original file, but a search file. That was what I was thinking.
Yeah, but it would have been no later than 2006. When's the latest you might have seen this report if and when you viewed it? As part of your routine practice.
As far as the date, I really don't remember. Certainly in my mind, I'm thinking that it was back then, but I know I saw it later on, closer to the arrest, but I can't.
But it was in the file?
Yes.
Okay. So did you also have an opportunity to view GBI summaries related to leads?
GBI summaries?
Yes.
No.
Did anybody from the GBI from 2005 through 2017, February of 2017, ever come to you and ask you about Bo Dukes or Ryan Duke?
I don't remember unless it was something close to the time of the arrest.
So I'll represent to you, there's been a suggestion that Gary Rothwell said that this lead in particular had been followed up on and that it didn't have any merit. Did anybody ever come to you and ask you to follow up on this lead from the GBI?
No, that wouldn't have been my role. I was not an investigator. I was not doing that.
It would be entirely inconsistent for you to do that based on what was happening. The process put in place was that the GBI would follow up on the leads, correct? Was that a fair summary of the policy?
He's literally asking him, is the statement he just made a fair summary? That is leading.
Again, Your Honor, I've made this argument before. I'll just make it again for the record. Under 611, he is affiliated with the state because he's law enforcement, so I have the right, even when I call him, to cross-examine him. But I'll move on, Judge. So aside from this report from Deputy Morgan that we talked about here, are there any other documents from either the Irwin County Sheriff's Office or the Ben Hill County Sheriff's Office related to this particular lead in Osilla's files?
I know of none.
We just talked to Mr. Whitley. Do you recall talking or hearing from Mr. Whitley about this lead?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the court what you either learned from Mr. Whitley or what your understanding is about what his knowledge of this particular lead was?
The same thing. And are you talking about talking to him recently, or are you talking about in 2005?
I'm trying not to lead you so that I don't get an objection. I'm asking you what you're
in 2005, I'm not sure if I talked to him directly about that. I know he has a similar summary indicating something very similar that happened. Almost sounds like he's regurgitating part of what is on Deputy Morgan's report.
But is that a separate report from what we're talking about here?
Yes.
And who was that authored by?
Stanley Whitley.
And where did it go after he authored it?
Into the search file.
And the Osilla search file, were you able to access that if you wanted to?
Yes.
And were other agencies able to access that if they wanted to?
Yes.
Just a second, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Chief, when you reference the search file at Osilla Police Department, I want to clarify what you mean by that. From the time of her disappearance for at least several weeks, possibly into a month, were there actual physical searches of Irwin County itself?
Yes.
As in people were going out in the woods and looking for her or her body?
Yes.
And so when you say search file, is that what you're referencing is any documentation related to the searches of land or places or grounds?
Yes.
Right. And in fact, you've told us that the report you're holding from Alan Morgan was part of the search file. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to clarify, you would agree with me that the Irwin County Sheriff's Department was never actually the investigating agency for this case, correct?
No.
In fact, they did assist, but they were never the agency responsible for investigating her disappearance.
Yes.
The initial case would have been the Osilla Police Department's, correct?
Yes.
But it was turned over to the GBI within 24 hours of you realizing she was missing, correct?
Yes, actually less than that.
And so at the point that you turned it over to the GBI, they became the lead investigating agency, correct?
Yes.
So any leads that your agency, the Osilla Police Department, may have received after that point would you have acted on them yourself, or would that have been turned over to the GBI?
That would be turned over.
Okay. And other than the GBI requesting you to assist them at that point, once the GBI took over the case, were you going to be investigating this at all?
No.
However, did you keep copies of everything that you turned over personally or that your agency turned over to the GBI, to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And I know that you've told us, I believe you said that you don't actually have an independent recollection of speaking with Alan Morgan about this case, about this, these allegations or this tip back in 2005, correct?
Right.
First of all, he actually didn't say that, Judge, but he can answer the question.
Well, let me restate the question so I can hear what you're saying.
You indicated that you don't have a specific recollection of speaking with Alan Morgan himself back in 2005 about this tip. Is that correct?
Initially, I'm not sure how I found out about it. I feel certain that at some point we did talk, but I can't tell you when that date was or exactly what was said.
Okay.
I mean, I would only assume that.
But when you say you feel certain, you just said it yourself. You're assuming that that would have happened, correct?
Yes.
But you have no actual independent recollection of having a conversation with Alan Morgan about that, correct?
It's hard to sit here from 18 years
I understand
to
completely.
remember an independent conversation with anybody, but no.
But you do believe you were aware of the allegations in some manner, 2005, 2006 time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But it was your understanding when you became aware of that not only had the tip been given, but it had been deemed to be nothing, correct? Or not of evidentiary value. There was no evidence to support it.
There was nothing found on their initial search.
Okay. And did you have any knowledge, again, from prior to 2017, of anything further being found to corroborate this initial tip that was given?
I'm not aware.
And now the report that you're holding of Alan Morgan specifically references that the tip came from the tip line. Obviously, all these years later, you know the tip came from Garland Lott, is that correct?
That's correct.
Going back to 2005, do you believe that you knew what's in that report, or do you believe that you actually knew Garland Lott's name in 2005? And I shouldn't say believe. What do you remember?
Initially, I don't recall whether it come from a tip line or from an individual. I can't answer that. I can't recall that.
Okay.
From 2005. The thing I got out of the information was about a potential burned body in Ben Hill County, and then there was a search there. I know there's other details in there, but I don't remember that.
You don't remember the details even about the names of the people, correct?
Not initially. I think that came later.
Okay. And then throughout the years, understanding you were not the lead agency, throughout the years, certainly people came to Ocilla Police Department or called Ocilla Police Department to give information about Tara's missing persons case, correct?
Yes.
And you've spoken with people over the years who wanted to give you that information, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that over the years, more than one person has been claimed to have confessed to the murder of Tara Grinstead, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware that over the years, many people have called in tips claiming that they had seen Tara alive, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a law enforcement, I want to talk about specifically, just so it's clear, when we talk about the tip line, there was actually fairly quickly after she went missing, there was a center set up, a command center to be able to handle all the influx of information. Is that right?
Well, it was mostly as a gathering point because the department we was in was very small. We didn't have enough room to do anything.
Okay. And the tip line, was there a specific like 1-800 number, or were people just calling Ocilla Police Department?
Primarily calling Ocilla Police Department. We had a tip line established. I can't remember if it was prior to that or sometime during the course, but we have had one.
And specifically the tip line, understanding you don't know when it was established, but the tip line itself, people were allowed to call in and give information anonymously?
Yes.
Okay. Chief, you mentioned the Snapdragon Road fire. We haven't talked much about that in this hearing, so I just want to clarify. Would you agree with me that let me start with, there was a house on Snapdragon Road that burned during that time period, correct?
Yes.
And what county was that in? Judge Math, two things. One, it was brought up during the direct examination, but the other part is it's not that they were too busy, Judge. It's that because we're talking about two separate situations with a fire, specifically some of their argument and some of their questions has gone to the fact that there were specifics given that her body had been burned. The fact that during the exact same week, and I think the evidence that the court has is during the exact same day, that there is a fire as well that is found and it's investigated, certainly is relevant to whether or not the police had probable cause, which is what the standard is.
I sustain it.
Chief, at any point prior to 2017, did you, as a law enforcement officer, believe that you possessed probable cause to issue an arrest warrant for Ryan Duke for the murder of Tara Grinstead?
Overruled.
No.
At any point prior to 2017, did you, as a law enforcement officer, believe that you possessed probable cause to swear out a arrest warrant for Bo Dukes for the offense of murder of Tara Grinstead?
Overruled.
No.
And at any point prior to 2017, did you, as a law enforcement officer, believe that you had probable cause to seek an arrest warrant for either of those persons related to the destruction of Miss Grinstead's body?
Overruled.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right. Anything further? All right, you can step down. Reason can't be excused.
That's what I was going to ask, Judge.
All right, you're excused.
Have enjoyed his retirement.
All right, you can call your next witness.
That's all for Mr. Beaver.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, that concludes the evidence in regard to the plea and bar statute of limitations. We want to move to the motion to disqualify Mr. Rigby.
Certainly, Judge. There were some witnesses that were here. I know at least one that was here that apparently is not going to be called. Wondering if they weren't our witnesses. Wondering if they can be excused. I don't think they already have been. Mr. Lott, I know is still back. Yes, I was speaking to my investigator. Okay, great. Release him.
You can release the other witnesses now.
Thank you.
All right, you prepared to go forward with the motion to disqualify?
Yes, Judge, I don't think we'll call any witnesses.
Okay. You just gonna make an argument?
Yes, Judge. Frankly, what we've written in our papers is not sufficient.
Okay, that's fine. Anything?
Judge, just very quickly, sort of back to the motion that we were just hearing, but it's relevant. Part of the amended or the supplemental plea and bar that was filed today included an affidavit from someone. So this has been filed with the clerk. However, it has not been tendered as evidence, so we certainly have not had a chance to cross-examine this person. And so we are asking that that affidavit, while I understand it's already in the record, that it not be made part of the evidence on which these issues will be decided, because we've not had a chance to cross-examine them. And it's hearsay.
Your Honor, the affidavit that we've submitted is from a juror in the Coleman County case. And this individual was extremely reluctant to put their name on anything with the case, obviously, with the concerns about the publicity around the case. So we filed the affidavit today. We're happy that the court, first of all, we believe that it's appropriately in the record. It's a sworn statement from a witness. Unless the court thinks there's a reason for
We had never been given it before, and we have had no chance to speak with this witness. We've had no chance to cross-examine this witness. And there is no hearsay exception under criminal law that allows an affidavit to be tendered as evidence in any hearing whatsoever. And so that's why we object to that, unless the council can come up with a hearsay exception. We would ask the court to, again, understand it's in the record. It's going to stay in the record.
Well, I haven't seen it. I don't have a copy of it. I don't even know what it says.
And Judge, sorry, Mr. Reed actually just pointed this out to me. This affidavit was actually created January 19th of 2023, and we were served with it this morning. Again, that leaves us with no chance to actually follow up, corroborate, look into this. And the whole point again is, it is something that has been filed that is hearsay. Just because I file in the clerk's office, I can file anything I want in the clerk's office and call it evidence in the case. That doesn't make it evidence just because it's filed. Evidence comes from the courtroom.
Well, I'll decide whether I want to use the affidavit or not. If I do, then we'll schedule a hearing on it. But at this point, I need to know is there any more argument or evidence pertaining to the motion to disqualify Mr. Rick?
I'll just briefly address that since they're going to stand on their motion. We, of course, deny their assertions and allegations that are contained in their motion. We did not believe it was proper by indicting Mr. Duke within the statute of limitations, which is what the court has decided he can believe are. We ask the court to deny that motion.
All right.
Since he rose and made an argument, I'll make a brief one too, Your Honor. I think when Agent Chanel took the stand, he was clear that key material facts related to the timeline of this lead and this investigation into this crime were intentionally omitted for whatever reason from the grand jury. Mr. Rigby presided over that grand jury. He questioned Agent Chanel and specifically left out key information that we believe the state knew would make this claim time barred, and that it would not have generated an indictment at all. He was candid with the grand jury. In addition, I think it violates the canon that Mr. Rigby have candid towards the tribunal, including the grand jury, by failing to provide key essential facts for the timeline. Beyond that, Judge, we allow
Judge, I would rely on the transcript, and I dispute that is what Agent Chanel said. I did not lie to the tribunal. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Mullis, you have a motion about double jeopardy. That'd be the only.
The only thing I would ask, I will stand on my motion on that as well. I would ask the court, since we're going to be briefing once we get the transcripts on this issue, if I could have just till Monday to do just a short letter brief to follow up on that motion. But I'm pretty much standing on my motion. Something I came across last night in the middle of two different cases right now, just like till Monday, just to, if they don't have any objection.
But I don't have any objection to that.
Okay.
Because the court has heard the Wilcox County case with regards to Mr. Dukes, and the Court of Appeals has decided, kind of contrary to that position as well, to their position, and we would stand on the Court of Appeals case that Your Honor presided over. But we'll respond to Ms. Mullis' brief if we need to.
That's the issue that basically I'm going to address in the short letter brief. I'm not talking anything long. The short letter brief to address that point, how this is actually different than the Wilcox case along regarding the murder.
Well, once you file yours, when you gonna file that?
I'll have it by Monday.
Okay, then I'll give you. We got a trial.
Trial starting every Monday, trial starting Tuesday, and the trial's the next week.
And I'm in a trial, so right now. Yeah.
Well,
I'll have it by Monday.
why don't I give you 20 days to respond to that? Okay.
If you want longer than that, Tracy, I'm happy to do it more than by Monday. If you need more than by Monday, since you're.
You just have 20 days after she responds.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything else that we need to take up?
No, Your Honor, we just want to reiterate our request to be able to fully brief it with the testimony from the two cases.
I guess I need a timeline on that so I can write something down. How long do you need to do that?
Can we just have 30 days after the transcript is provided to us?
Yeah, that'd be fine. 30 days.
I think the only other issue, Judge, relates to the issue I raised earlier about agency.
find that he's indigent. Anything else?
Judge, I guess maybe just we need to put on the record that Mr. Duke, who heard the hearings and doesn't have any objection to anything, and just put that on the record.
Mr. Dukes, you've heard everything, have you not? You see that? Good. And we're going to conclude the hearing now. You understand that? All right, good deal. Anything else we need to take up? All right, that concludes the hearing. That's good.
As a mom, I basically spend all day in the car, but that's part of the job.
Our schedules are always crazy.
Sometimes I just need some quiet time.
But it's all worth it.
Take pride in your ride.
Welcome back. You're watching Local News Live. I'm Nicole Newman.
And I'm Deborah Alfarone. Police say they've gotten more than 500 tips about an escaped inmate, and that person is in Pennsylvania, but they haven't been able to catch him. For the last week, Michael Burham has been on the run. Investigators say now they're even more worried that he may be armed and dangerous. Police also believe he may be getting help from someone. Right now, investigators are looking into a drone that was flying in the area at the time of his escape. There were security cameras there, but he got away faster than anyone could respond.
FBI agents investigating a stolen body part scandal made a morbid discovery. Officers found dozens of human bones at an apartment in Mount Washington, Kentucky, including 40 skulls. Some of the bones were set up like furniture, and one of the skulls even had a scarf tied around it. 40-year-old James Williams Knotts is in custody. He's accused of participating in a ring of buying and selling stolen human remains, some of which were tied back to the trafficking of human remains from the morgue at Harvard Medical School. Knotts is also accused of selling body parts on Facebook.
There was a lot of packages come in and out. Every now and then there would be one show up on the front porch, and I'd take it back there. Curtis would take it back there to him, but we never knew what was in it.
Now, neighbor Ronnie Glass, who you just heard from, says he is freaked out knowing what the FBI believes was in those packages. During this week's raid, an FBI agent asked Knott if there was anyone else inside the home. His response, quote, was a bunch of my dead friends.
In other news, the house where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in November will stand a little longer. The university has plans to demolish the home to remove the painful reminder of what happened there. But officials announced plans are on hold until October out of sensitivity to the families. The trial of suspect Brian Koberger is also scheduled for October.
For decades, the St. Louis area has been at war without even knowing it.
Interesting. Radioactive contamination from a creek and landfill plagued this region since the city became a vital piece of the Manhattan Project during World War II.
But as the years went on, our station KMOV found more contamination sites after years of people getting sick and a skyrocketing number of cancer diagnoses.
And now we're seeing a never-before-seen report showing just how much the government actually knew about this contamination.
KMOV's Russell Kinsaw looked into it.
It is still very shocking to know how long ago the government knew what was going on.
Kristen Camuso grew up playing in and around Coldwater Creek. She's also a cancer survivor who has new, troubling questions after learning the revelations in the Department of Energy's documents.
It puts a dark shadow on things that you thought were these really great memories. You all of a sudden start to realize what was really going on and behind the scenes here, and was I being exposed at this point?
Karen Nickel and Don Chapman are the founders of the advocacy group Just Moms STL. They obtained 15,000 pages of government documents that show the federal government lied and covered up the risk to the community.
And they'd known for a while. They knew much earlier. And so they've had 73 years to protect the community, and not once have they.
Starting in 1942, uranium was processed in downtown St. Louis for the Manhattan Project and the nuclear weapons program that followed. Radioactive waste was stored near the airport, and a 1949 document from Law&Crime Chemical Works showed waste was spilling into Coldwater Creek, but it was allowed to continue.
It's heartbreaking.
Karen Nickel also grew up near Coldwater Creek.
No one cared about us. They allowed it to happen. Our lives weren't worth saving.
A May 1966 document from the now abolished Atomic Energy Commission talked about a contractor handling radioactive waste at the Laddie Avenue storage site in Hazelwood who was failing to comply with safety procedures. Dust was blowing off site, material wasn't secure, and workers didn't even know about safety procedures, much less follow them.
It's an absolute disgrace.
After one study found radioactive waste at Jana Elementary School, the school was closed, and Missouri U.S. Senator Josh Hawley saw the Senate pass his legislation calling for a government-funded cleanup.
This just isn't right that for decades now, the federal government has exposed the people of St. Louis to radioactive contamination and lied about it. I mean, just not been truthful about the extent of it, about the dangers, and it's time now, I think, to take this to another level.
And that was Russell Kinsall reporting. Now, Senator Hawley, who you just heard from, went to the floor of the Senate where he spoke about the documents and what they showed. He plans to propose legislation to make things right for those exposed to radioactive waste in the St. Louis area. You're watching Local News Live. Stick with us. Welcome back. You planned for the perfect getaway, just not the travel delays. According to a Bankrate.com survey, more than 3/4 of travelers say they've dealt with at least one travel-related issue while flying. LNL's Ryan Pierce has more.
I'm joined by Going.com travel expert Katie Nastro. Katie, thanks for joining us today. What are the top reasons flights are canceled or delayed?
Sure. So the reasons behind why flights get delayed or canceled is controllable and uncontrollable. So the uncontrollables are things like weather. You know, airlines cannot predict nor prevent weather systems from coming in. Now, controllables are things such as mechanical issues or staffing issues, things that are within the airline's control. So very different scenarios, but both cause the same type of flight disruptions and cancellations.
Now, Katie, according to law, when you buy a ticket, the airline must get you to the destination you book. What are your rights if that doesn't happen?
Correct. So when you purchase a ticket, there is something called the contract of carriage, and that basically is the statement that you're agreeing to when you make that purchase. Now, the airline is obligated to get you to your destination, regardless if it is a day from the intended date you're looking to fly into, whether there was a cancellation, delay, whatnot. Now, if that doesn't happen, you are entitled, though, to get to your original destination. So say if your flight flew into Boston, but you were supposed to fly into New York, the airline is on the hook to get you to New York regardless if it is on another flight or it is on some other means of transport. The airline is, in fact, on the hook, and you are entitled to get there.
And something else to consider is to buy your flights directly from airlines and not a travel website, especially when booking more than one flight. Why is this?
Well, sometimes if you're looking at an itinerary where an online travel agency has actually stitched together two separate flights and kind of made an itinerary that works for where you're trying to go, but because because there's two separate tickets, if that first flight gets delayed, that second flight, because it's on a separate airline, you won't have any recourse as to getting on that new flight if, in fact, that first flight is delayed. So you're really running into a scenario that could not end well if everything doesn't go off as planned. So just make sure if you do intend